the freedom of the people. The larger and more intrusive government becomes, the smaller the space becomes for families, churches, businesses, farms, and individuals to flourish. That truth is just as important today as it was in 1776. Yes, America was blessed with fertile land, mighty rivers, abundant resources, and a people willing to work. But it was freedom that allowed those blessings to become prosperity. It was faith that gave our nation its moral foundation, and it was family that carried our values from one generation to the next. As we celebrate America's 250th birthday, let us do more than look back. Let us recommit ourselves to the principles that made our nation possible: faith, family, freedom, limited to government, private property, strong communities, and gratitude and faith in God. We must protect this inheritance, strengthen it in our time, and pass it on to our children and grandchildren so that 250 years from now, America remains the prosperous, secure, free, and rooted in the truth that our rights are derived from God, not from a king. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May God bless Kansas, and may God bless the United States of America. Happy birthday, America. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes a lady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of Beatrice Lumpkin, who passed away June 14, 2026, at the age of 107 years. Bee was a living, marching, fighting embodiment of solidarity forever. Many of us know Bee because of her unwavering commitment to worker power, to civil rights, to educational justice. A Chicago public school educator and leader with the Chicago Teachers Union, Bee was a fixture at marches, at rallies, and picket lines across our city. She started her activism early, at the age of 9. She marched with striking textile workers, and across her century of activism, Bee was on the front lines of the struggle for justice and equity, from marching alongside Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in Market Park, to being instrumental in Harold Washington's campaign for mayor 43 years ago, to supporting the recent unionization of Starbucks employees. Bee showed up for her neighbors, for Chicago, and for our movement. In 2018, my colleague, Rep. Jan Schakowsky, took to the floor to celebrate Bee's 100 years of fighting for justice and inspiring generations of activism. Today, I want to rise to thank Bee for reminding us that there is joy in the struggle, and in solidarity, and in front lines of fight for justice, because joy, in fact, is an act of resistance. So on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I honor the memory and the life's work of Beatrice Lumpkin, a true champion for the working class and a giant in our movement. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Jae Jing Pak and Timotheus Gordon Jr., 2 leaders who co-founded the Chicagoland Disabled People of Color Coalition and who serve as research associates at the Institute on Disability and Human Development at the University of Illinois at Chicago. Throughout their careers, they've dedicated themselves to unified disabled, autistic, deaf, and neurodivergent people of color, fostering collective pride, strengthening advocacy skills across our communities, and building intersectional solidarity. Through the arts, culture, and relentless advocacy, they champion disability justice, they advance the principles of accessibility and radical inclusion within communities of color. By cultivating brave spaces that center the lived experiences of disabled people of color, they dismantled systemic barriers to inclusion and empower individuals to forge their own path to reclaim their identities and their dignity. They are the architects of a more inclusive, equitable Chicago. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my proud honor to be able to commend Jae Jing Pak and Timotheus Gordon Jr. for their dedication to disability justice, radical inclusion, and the innate dignity of all people. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor the Chicago Young Lords and their protests of 1969, the first marches for Puerto Rican self-determination in Chicago's history. It is fitting that I honor a revolutionary organization fighting for Puerto Rican liberation and the rights of all oppressed people on the eve of our 250th anniversary of the United States of America. Because while America will declare its commitment to no kings, we also must demand no colonies. Because 57 years after the summer of 1969, 57 years after José Chacha Jiménez traveled to Puerto Rico to visit the shrine of his nationalist leader, Don Pedro Albizu Campos, 57 years after the Chicago Young Lords mobilized 10,000 people to march carrying Don Pedro Albizu Campos signs from Lincoln Park to Humboldt Park in support of the independence of the Chicago Puerto Rican Parade, Puerto Rico is still a United States colony. We cannot celebrate 250 years of freedom while ruling a colony for 120 years of them. We cannot celebrate our independence while denying the Puerto Rican people the dignity of self-determination. It is why, here, on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I want to publicly commend the Young Lords for teaching us that when we support Puerto Rico's self-determination, we are supporting, in fact, the right and sovereignty for people everywhere. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The lady yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise with a heavy heart to honor the life and legacy of Chief Stephen C. Ignacio, a son of Guam who dedicated his life to serving and protecting our island. His passing is not only a profound loss for the Guam Police Department, but for the entire island of Guam. There are few professions that demand more sacrifice than law enforcement. Police officers willingly place themselves in harm's way so others may live in safety. They miss holidays, birthdays, and precious moments with their families because the call to serve never stops. Chief Ignacio understood that sacrifice because he lived it every day. Throughout his distinguished career with the Guam Police Department, Chief Ignacio earned the respect of his fellow officers, government leaders, and the community he faithfully served. Rising through the ranks to become chief of police, he led with professionalism, accountability, and steadfast commitment to protecting the people of Guam. Under his leadership, the department continued efforts to modernize its operations, strengthen officers' training, and build trust with the community. But beyond policies and programs, those who knew Chief Ignacio will remember the person behind the title, a leader who cared deeply about his officers and understood that effective policing begins with service, compassion, and integrity. The work of a police chief is often thankless. When communities are safe, the long hours and difficult decisions often go unnoticed. Yet when tragedy strikes, it's the chief who bears the weight of responsibility. Chief Ignacio accepted that responsibility with humility and unwavering dedication. His leadership extended beyond the walls of the police headquarters. He understood that public safety is built through partnership with families, schools, neighborhood organizations, and community leaders. He believed that trust is earned, not demanded, and he worked to strengthen the relationships between law enforcement and the people they serve. Today, we remember more than a police chief. We remember a husband, a father, a family member, a colleague, a mentor, and a friend. We remember a public servant who devoted his life's work to making Guam a safer place for future generations. To the men and women of the Guam Police Department, we grieve alongside you. Your department has lost a leader, but the example he set will continue to guide those who wear the badge. To Chief Ignacio's family, please know that the people of Guam share in your sorrow. We are grateful that you shared him with our island for so many years. His commitment to public service came with countless sacrifices, and we recognize that your family made those sacrifices alongside of him. As we reflect on his life, may we also remember the values he embodied: duty before self, integrity in leadership, and service to others. Chief Ignacio answered the call to serve his community for decades. He did so with honor, courage, and deep sense of responsibility. His watch ended, but his legacy will live on in every officer he mentored, every life he helped protect, and every member of our community who is safer because of his service. I extend my deepest condolences to Chief Ignacio's loved ones and the entire Guam Police Department. To his family, no words can fully ease the pain of losing someone so deeply loved, but I hope you find comfort in knowing that the countless hours he devoted to protecting our community made a lasting difference, and the legacy he leaves behind will continue to inspire generations of law enforcement officers who follow in his footsteps. May God grant his loved ones strength, comfort during this difficult time. May we never forget Chief Stephen Ignacio's years of faithful service, and may he rest in eternal peace. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, for 5 minutes.
Approaching the 61st anniversary of Medicare, a true lifeline for retirees and individuals with disabilities, I am filing the Saving Medicare Act to ensure a solvent, better Medicare that reaches more Americans. Medicare represents a valued federal guarantee that workers will age with dignity and have access to quality, affordable health care. That guarantee is now under threat from giant private insurance companies that profiteer off Medicare. This landmark proposal comprehensively addresses the many ways that Medicare Advantage insurers are overpaid. My goal is to level the playing field so that traditional Medicare is no longer at a disadvantage to these private insurers. 23 years ago, in this very room, Republicans arm-twisted their own members and others all night long into the wee hours of the morning to ensure approval of a terrible bill that has hurt Americans and cost them hundreds of billions of dollars. Its landmark provision was one to limit Medicare from negotiating prescription drug prices, ensuring that we continue to pay the most outrageous pharmaceutical prices anywhere on the earth. And at the same time, they also included this new program with the great misnomer Medicare Advantage, a private insurance alternative to Medicare. Though the supporters claim that they would save us so much money and it would cost less than traditional Medicare, MA private insurers have never saved us a dime. Indeed, MA actually costs taxpayers tens of billions of dollars extra every year. This year, the nonpartisan independent Medicare Payment Advisory Commission, or MedPAC, estimates that MA cost taxpayers $2,660 per each person who goes into their plans rather than traditional Medicare. Insurers claim that this great bonus that they're receiving provides so many extra benefits to consumers, from pest control to rent to a trip to get groceries, all of these various things, everything from one advertised insurer than a Joe Namath autographed football. Well, hidden in the fine print are caveats. Consumers often find themselves aren't eligible for any of those advertised benefits, and skimpy coverage, high cost sharing, and when they need help the most, difficulty in accessing the doctor of choice and getting the treatment approved, long delays, often outright denials. Many MA enrollees are struggling to receive quality health care. In short, the only advantage in Medicare Advantage is to monopoly, oligopoly private insurers. The Saving Medicare Act will stop this waste, fraud, and abuse. It is about delivering to Americans the care that they deserve at a reasonable price. Funds to extend Medicare insolvency and improve Medicare through dental, vision, and hearing benefits, another piece of legislation I've offered, an out-of-pocket cap, lower premiums, and more. We can achieve this by simply saying to MA that you should not cost more than traditional Medicare. My bill reins in upcoding, a practice these insurers use to make it appear that patients are sicker than they really are. And it will also stop plans from profiteering where the Veterans Administration is providing most of the health care, but they've recruited veterans to join their plans for whom they provide little or no care. It addresses insurance practices of steering sicker patients into traditional Medicare and trying to get healthier consumers who cost less into their plans. It phases out the failed county quadrille system and the quality bonus plan, which have only delivered more money to private insurers. Finally, it enhances federal oversight and involves the state partners in this also. Medicare Advantage is putting Medicare on long-term life support. The Saving Medicare Act is a roadmap for accountability, reasonable spending, and improving the health care for many Americans. In this totally ineffective and unsubstantial Congress, chances of getting Republicans to stand up to any special interest are pretty slim. But this bill is designed to encourage colleagues in the future with specific guidelines on how to deal with Medicare and make it better for more Americans, and to urge more of our colleagues to have the courage to stand up to these insurance giants by preventing them from using Medicare as a piggy bank. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, America turns 250 years old. A birthday like that invites reflection. I found myself considering what a privilege it is to be an American, on what it actually means to be one, and on the history that all of us get to claim as our own. I reflect, too, on my own state and on its place in that history. I think about the pioneers of Utah. We often gather in Utah to recite their deeds. We praise their determination and we tell their stories. We're tempted to believe that because their story is great, we have become great by inheritance. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say that idea is only half true. The great stories of the past are not what make us great. The great stories of the past are what we measure ourselves by. The founders and the pioneers and the ideas that animate them do not belong only to the past, they belong in this room, forcing us to ask what we have done with what they have built and shaping what we should do next. In 1856, a stonecutter from England named John Roe Moyle crossed an ocean and walked the plains to Utah. When work began in the Salt Lake Temple, he answered the call to help build it. Every Monday, John woke at 2 in the morning. He walked 22 miles to reach his post. He worked all week, and on Friday night, he walked 22 miles home in the dark. He did this year after year. Then a family cow kicked him in the leg. The leg could not be saved. His family strapped him to a door and took the leg off a few inches below the knee with a common buck saw. Most men would have stopped there. John Roe Moyle did not stop. He carved himself a leg out of wood and walked on it through the pain. He continued to walk to the temple. Standing on that wooden peg with his own hands, he carved the words, "Holiness to the Lord," into the granite. He would not live to see that temple finished. He knew that would be the case, yet he spent years of his life dedicated to the task anyway. Mr. Speaker, John Roe Moyle did not do this for praise. He did it because he wanted to leave something for those who came after him. That temple still stands, and in our time, its care was handed to us. The Salt Lake Temple is emerging from the largest restoration in its history. For years, it stood wrapped in scaffolding. This year, the scaffolding came down, and it will open again. All of you are invited next year between April and October to tour this remarkable and sacred building. We did not simply admire what the pioneers built. Utahns restored it. Crews built a new foundation, built to carry it through an earthquake that the pioneers never could have imagined. They preserved the old craftsmanship and they made it strong enough to stand for generations we will never meet. That's the whole lesson, Mr. Speaker, in one building. A great thing was handed to us Utahns and we did not take it for granted. We did the hard and unseen work to make it last, and we will pass it on stronger than we found it. So here is the difficult question. It is the test of this generation, the test of this body, and the test of this people. When something great is handed to us, are we the kind of people who only stand back and admire it? Or are we the kind who will do the quiet and difficult work and pass it on better than we found it? That is what the pioneers in Utah did. That is what the founders did 250 years ago. They did the hard work, up a steep road for a reward many of them would never collect. This republic is that same kind of inheritance. It was built for us. It is now ours to strengthen, not simply to live off of. Mr. Speaker, let us be worthy of the people who built before us. Let us carry on our own burden. Let us leave behind something that stands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call attention to the sweeping proposed rule from the Office of Management and Budget that would fundamentally overhaul how federal agencies award and administer grant funds. Under this proposal, federal grant funding would be tied to the President's ideological agenda and subject to intense scrutiny by political appointees of the President instead of nonpartisan scientific peer review. The proposed rule would also make it easier for agencies to suspend or cancel grants if administration priorities change. This rule would prevent grantees from having the opportunity to contest political decisions from the administration without incurring expensive litigation costs. If implemented, this rule would force already burdened local governments, nonprofits, community health centers to operate in an ever-shifting environment, making it more difficult to provide vital services including housing, food, and disaster assistance. I urge OMB to withdraw this rulemaking in full. Mr. Speaker, I rise today 1 week after the Supreme Court decision to end temporary and protected status for immigrants from Haiti and Syria. When the TPS program was created in 1990 by Congress, its purpose was to ensure an immediate solution for immigrants fleeing emergent crises, whether that be ongoing armed conflict, environmental disaster, or other extraordinary conditions. Today, 350,000 Haitians and 6,000 Syrians face potential deportation to parts of the world where crises remain and their security is a threat. Engineers, students, doctors, and caregivers who came to this country to give, not take, are being thrown to the wayside. While I joined a majority of my colleagues in the House to pass a bill protecting TPS for Haitians, this, until it becomes law, over 350,000 lives remain in limbo. On the 250th anniversary of the United States, this decision turns its back on a founding promise to give refuge to the persecuted. It's time we get back to honoring that promise. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the American dream, most imagine settling down with a good-paying job and a constant roof over their head. Sadly, that goal continues to grow out of reach for many with rising inflation and a lack of affordable housing. I saw the pressures of that crisis as Westchester County Executive, where I worked to create more than 2,500 affordable housing units. In Congress, I've continued to support legislation to expand housing opportunities and improve affordability. That's why I was proud to support the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, which would build more homes, make it easier to buy or rent a home, and provide better data to improve resources in underserved communities. Although President Trump refused to sign this crucial piece of legislation into law, this will not stop Congress from delivering for the American people. I'm proud to show my constituents and people across the country that despite the disarray handed down from the President, in this particular issue, Democrats and Republicans work together to address the affordability crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Weed, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the last day of National Dairy Month to ask my colleagues to support my newest bill, the Recognizing Engineered Alternatives as Lab-Created or Real Butter Act. You know, it's unbelievable that legislation like this is even necessary, but unfortunately, that is the reality we face today. Billionaire food experiments are no longer hypothetical. Bill Gates is funding a lab-grown butter project made from carbon dioxide instead of milk from a cow right in Illinois, right in the backyard of America's dairyland. This creation is an attack on American farmers, the dairy industry, and the Trump administration, which recently recognized butter as a healthy food under its newly announced dietary guidelines. The Real Butter Act would simply require that this fake butter be clearly labeled as lab-created butter directly on the product. America's dairy farmers put in the work every day to keep our families fed, our rural communities strong, and our agriculture heritage alive. They should not have to compete with products that hide behind vague or misleading labels. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in standing with America's dairy farmers in supporting this common sense legislation. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of a true pillar of our community in Wisconsin's 8th District and one of my inspirations for getting involved in public service, Elmer W. Reagan. Born in Oconto County in 1929, he enlisted in the United States Navy after high school and served from 1950 to 1954 in the Korean War, during which he rose to the rank of Petty Officer First Class. In addition to his military service, he volunteered with the Pulaski and Little Suamico Fire Departments, was a member of the Knights of Columbus, the American Legion, and the VFW, and served as an Oconto County Veterans Service Officer, helping his fellow veterans. If that wasn't enough, Elmer served on the Chase Town Board, the Little Suamico Town Board, and as an Oconto County Board Supervisor. Mr. Speaker, Elmer Reagan's life is a testament to public service. From serving our country in uniform to serving Northeast Wisconsin as a volunteer, veteran advocate, and local elected official, his legacy will never be forgotten by me and so many others. My prayers are with his family during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Northeast Wisconsin's very own Kaukauna High School baseball team on winning the WIAA Division I State Baseball Championship. The Galloping Ghosts defeated Madison Memorial 11-5, earning Kaukana's first state baseball title since 1953. This historic win was the result of an incredible team effort, with Kaukauna recording 13 hits and 8 different players contributing at the plate. This championship title did not come easily. After falling behind early, the Galloping Ghosts refused to let the moment get away from them. The team battled back, took control of the game, and delivered a performance worthy of a state champion. Mr. Speaker, this victory is a proud moment for the entire Kaukauna community. And after more than 70 years, the Galloping Ghosts are once again state champions. I extend my congratulations to head coach Mike Jenkins, the entire coaching staff, and the team on this incredible accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Fox Valley Lutheran High School Foxes on winning the WIAA Division II State Softball Championship. After ending an undefeated season and a heartbreaking loss at the sectional finals last year, the Foxes came back this season determined and with something to prove. That determination led them all the way to the finals, where they delivered a decisive 9-1 victory over Pewaukee to claim the first WIAA softball state title in school history. This achievement is a proud moment for the players, Fox Valley Lutheran High School, and the entire Fox Cities community. Through their hard work and dedication, the team has made school history and has given Northeast Wisconsin another championship team to celebrate. Mr. Speaker, I extend my sincere congratulations to head coach Gunnar Frang, the entire coaching staff, and the team on this incredible accomplishment. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the lady from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've just recognized 4 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Women today have less rights and are less safe because of Republicans. It is unacceptable that if you are a pregnant woman in this country, your only guarantee to access a safe, effective care for you and your baby is where you live. Abortion bans haven't decreased abortions. Instead, they've only put women's lives at greater risk. If you live in a blue state, you can make your decision that you and your family determine is best for you, and you can access the care that you feel is appropriate. If you live in a red state and have a complication, however, you have to be near death to be seen by a medical professional. The Texas abortion ban specifically is so confusing and restrictive that doctors are refusing to treat pregnant women until they face life-threatening complications because treating them too soon could provide sending that doctor to jail. These are the problems that women and families are facing across the country because what Republicans have done, and it is putting lives at risk. As we observe 4 years since this awful court decision, our fight for safer health and reproductive care for women across this country must continue. We must never stop until women have their full equality to access the care that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 250th anniversary of the birth of our great nation. Founded on the ideals of equality and self-determination, the American experiment has been an enduring symbol of freedom and democracy. For 250 years, our nation has been at the forefront of innovation and scientific discovery. And it's because of our strong democratic institutions and our nation's diversity that make this country so great. But most importantly, we celebrate and honor the sacrifices that so many Americans have made to protect and defend the freedoms that we enjoy today. But we are at a crossroads. Rights are being eroded, not expanded. The right to vote is under attack. Racial divisions and healing have taken backward steps while the rise of white Christian nationalism explodes. For the first time, our younger generations are not seeing a future where they are better off than their parents. We must reset as a politic, resume a focus on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for everyone. A focus that the rule of law and due process matters. A focus that truth matters, service is honored, and accountability exists, even at the highest levels of government. As we contemplate what it means to be an American today, we can look back and see that progress made by our ancestors and look forward knowing that united under our ideals of freedom and equality, we can take steps to finally achieving that more perfect union. And I yield back.
The lady yields. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a man from Omaha who is known for his dedication, integrity, tenacity, and his voice. Bill Jensen, also known as the voice of the College World Series, started his radio broadcast career at KLIN in 1967. He took a small break to serve in the United States Air Force from 1968 to 72, and then he returned to Omaha radio, working at KOTD, KLNG, KYNN, WW, KOMJ, and KFAB. He gave his vocal pipes a break when he worked as an aide to the Omaha mayor from 1978 to 1981. On January 10th, 1975, Bill was the last to arrive at KLNG. That was on a Friday, and he would be stuck there with the rest of his news team until Sunday. Omaha received 16 inches of snow, compounded by 60-mile-an-hour winds, paralyzing the city for days. The following May, Omaha was struck by an F4 tornado that at the time was the costliest tornado in history, with at least $150 million in damage. As trained spotters and radio station personnel called in reports, Bill remained steadfast on the KLNG airwaves as the anchor, providing the people of Omaha with calm resolve and valuable information. Bill is also credited with being the first journalist to report on the death of Omaha Mayor Bernie Simon in 1988. Throughout his career, Bill also worked part-time for the Omaha Royals and the Storm Chasers at the College World Series, starting in 1983 as an usher supervisor and serving in different areas such as a ticket taker, pass gate attendant, security at the Hall of Fame room at Rosenblatt, and scoreboard operator. In the mid-1980s, he took over as the announcer for the Omaha Royals, and in 2001, he completed and won the coveted spot to replace Jack Payne on the mic at the College World Series. What many people don't know is the time that Bill would spend preparing for the World Series, watching as many regional college games as possible to learn the teams and the players' names. In his 26 years, Bill has announced at more than 370 consecutive games, and together he and Jack announced over 900 games. Some of the most memorable moments, to include his very first game, was when he introduced President George W. Bush, who threw out the first pitch, and Nebraska's first ever appearance at the College World Series. Bill also fondly remembers Father's Day in 2022, when members of his family surprised him in the announcer's booth because he never got to spend a Father's Day with them. He will also will remember the baked treats that his wife would make for him and his colleagues during the World Series. Bill Jensen and his predecessor Jack will forever be remembered as the voices of the College World Series. Now, he looks forward to being a fan and spending time away from the games with his wife Deanna, his daughter Danielle, stepson Brian, daughter-in-law Wendy, and grandchildren Natalie, Connor, Carly, and Cameron. Thank you, Bill, and as you hit the button for the mic for the last time, Omaha says thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a pillar of the Covina community, Councilmember John King. After 20 years on the Covina City Council and 30 years of serving the city, Councilmember John King is moving on from public office. John, you guided your community with love and care and made every resident proud to call Covina their home. You are an example of what it means to be a true public servant, and while your time on the council comes to a close, I am sure your service to the community will only grow even stronger. We're also grateful to have benefited from your many years of leadership. You left an incredible legacy and a permanent mark on your community. Congratulations on a remarkable career and service. Covina is so proud of you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate outstanding achievements from schools in California's 31st Congressional District at this year's National Speech and Debate Tournament. Congratulations to students representing West Covina Unified School District for your multiple top 10 finishes. And a special congratulations to Edgewood Middle School on receiving the prestigious School of Excellence Award for the third year in a row. To the 20 middle school students and 8 high school students who competed, you demonstrated exceptional talent, resilience, and intellect, and all of us in the 31st District are so proud of you. You all competed under high pressure and completely rose to the occasion. I want to give a special shout out to California 31 students who earned top 10 finishes in the nation. Setlali Valenzuela Gonzalez, Darcy Lamb, Lorenzo Williamson, Jackie Hoen III, Jillian Laeng, and Ariel Shayo. Your hard work and perseverance paid off, and I'm honored to uplift your accomplishments today. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize this July as Disability Pride Month and to commemorate the passage of the Americans with Disability Act. In 1990, the U.S. passed this landmark civil rights law that prohibits discrimination against people with physical and mental disabilities. In that time since then, we've made great progress breaking down barriers to employment, healthcare, and housing, dismantling harmful stigmas, and fighting against ableism. But there is still work to be done to ensure every disabled American can contribute to our society and receive the accommodations they need to live a free and fulfilled life. Disability is a vital aspect of our country's diversity, and no one should ever be discriminated against or excluded from public life because they're differently abled. In light of this current administration's disturbing decision to move the Office of Special Education out of the Education Department, it is especially important to protect disabled students' right and support their access to the programs and support their need to succeed. To everyone living with physical and mental disabilities in California's 31st District, I am proud to champion your right to live in a society built on equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. While this is a time for celebration, it is also a time for reflection. In Southern California, we know what this country is capable of when we care for each other, lead with empathy, and open our communities to everyone, not just to some. I'm proud to represent a community of families, friends, teachers, service members, veterans, and small business owners. A community of people who came from all over the world to call the San Gabriel Valley home. Because that's exactly what makes this country special. At our core, we are a nation of immigrants, a melting pot of diverse traditions, cultures, and shared histories. And in this time of great political divide, it is more important than ever for us all to come together to build a better nation that lives up to our founding principles of liberty, freedom, and justice for all. I'm so proud to champion our district in Congress, and on the 250th anniversary of our democracy, I'm grateful to uplift what we should be celebrating today. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
You know, one of the real privileges of serving in the Congress in the United States House of Representatives is to be able to recognize people, ordinary people who have done extraordinary deeds in their life. And it's special today because on this June 29, 2026. In 4 days, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of America. With that, Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize and honor the life of a remarkable American, Rosemary Noel Combs of Pineville, Kentucky, who passed away on May 3rd of this year at the extraordinary age of 100. Born on the 4th of July in 1925, Rosemary embodied the very essence of the American dream through her lifetime defined by faith, her family, her service, and the enduring strength of the American spirit. Rosemary was raised in Pennsylvania, where she studied at the Pittsburgh Institute of Aeronautics, mastering communications, meteorology, the Morse code, and airline operations. Her work with Capital Airlines and later the Pennsylvania Railroad reflected both her intelligence and her intense determination during a transformative era in history. But truly, it was in Pineville, Kentucky, where Rosemary would leave her greatest mark. After marrying Robert Mason Doc Combs in 1954, Rosemary immersed herself in the service to her new community. She and her husband opened the beloved Floco Drugstore and Diner, an establishment renowned throughout the Bell County for the warmth, for the generosity, and the sense of real fellowship Rosemary extended to every person who visited. To generations of Pineville residents, Rosemary was more than a local business owner. She was a counselor. She was a volunteer. She was a faithful servant, and she was a mentor and a friend. Whether through the Pineville Women's Club, the Rotary Club, the Bell County Chamber of Commerce, or through several decades of faithful service to St. Anthony's Catholic Church, Rosemary dedicated her life to serving others. At her funeral, a member of the community recalled a moment when Rosemary gave him medicine he could not afford for a sick child. Such quiet acts of compassion were the very essence of her being. Perhaps no tribute to Rosemary's life speaks louder than the fact that over 800 people gathered at her funeral, nearly half the town of Pineville. You got to remember, she was 100 years old and very few of her friends were still around. She had 800 friends. Her legacy lives on through her 6 children, her 16 grandchildren, and 22 great-grandchildren. In an age that often celebrates fame and fortune, Rosemary reminds us that the true measure of one's life is found in service, is found in kindness, is found in faith, and love of your neighbor. Today we honor not only a wonderful woman, but a generation of Americans whose quiet strength built communities all across this great nation. Mary Rosemary's memory continues to inspire the United States of America and all who were blessed to know her. She epitomized the phrase, "to live is to serve," which she did so admirably. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Rivas, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for over 1,000 days, Armenian prisoners of war and civilians have been held in unlawful detention. Detainees are reported to have suffered from torture and abuse while being denied fundamental legal rights. These conditions are unacceptable, and their continued detention is a violation of fundamental human rights. I'm proud to co-sponsor the Azerbaijan Sanctions Review Act to demand the release of these prisoners and to hold officials accountable for these abuses. The San Fernando Valley is home to one of the largest communities of Armenian Americans in the country. The stories that members of the Armenian American community have shared with me throughout this conflict are heartbreaking. I stand with the Armenian American community, my colleagues, and the families of the detainees in calling for the release and safe return of these prisoners of war. Mr. Speaker, just moments ago, the Supreme Court struck down Donald Trump's illegal attempt to end birthright citizenship and ruled that 4 million children born in the United States, including many across the San Fernando Valley, have a place in this country as American citizens. For 250 years, our country was built and defined by immigrants and children of immigrants. This includes people like my sister and me, who were born and raised in Los Angeles and are now pursuing our own American dreams and contributing to the country that we love. The Constitution is clear. Anyone born in the United States is a citizen of the United States. Donald Trump does not get to bend the rules and rewrite the Constitution just to comply with his illegal and anti-immigrant agenda. I will keep fighting to protect our immigrant communities like mine in the San Fernando Valley and across the country so that they too can have their chance at the American dream. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deep gratitude for the patience, the kindness, the prayers, and the concern that have been shown to me and my family over the course of the last several months. This is not an easy speech for me to give. I am a private person by nature, and I have spent most of my life talking about the people that I represent, the issues facing our communities, and the work that continues to be done. Talking about myself has never come naturally. But I believe that I owe an explanation to the people of New Jersey's 7th District, to my colleagues in this chamber, and to the American people for my absence. Several months ago, due to health concerns, I entered the hospital for some testing. I did not believe that this would result in a long-term stay. I was given the diagnosis of depression. Now, when people hear the word depression, many people think simply it means feeling sad. But depression is so much more than that. It is physical. It is emotional. And until you experience it yourself, it is difficult to fully understand how powerful this illness can be. The doctors recommended that I remain in the hospital to address my illness. They explained to me that this would be the fastest way to recovery. And to be honest, I was hesitant. I didn't think that I had time for it. I had responsibilities to my family. I had responsibilities to my constituents. I had responsibilities to this institution. And like many people, I believed that I could simply push through. But I agreed to follow my doctor's recommendations, again, not believing that it would result in a long-term stay. I began to understand not only my diagnosis, but how long depression had been affecting my life. When I first informed the public that I was dealing with a medical issue, I was still trying to understand what was happening myself. When I said I hoped to return in a matter of weeks, I believed it. Those were the best estimates that the doctors could provide. But as the over 48 million of my fellow Americans being treated for this illness have come to discover, there is no timeline for healing. There is no timeline for recovery. Only the work of getting better, one day at a time. Today, I am grateful that I listened to my doctors, and I am grateful for the exceptional care that I received from doctors, nurses, and support staff. I am grateful that I accepted help. Because today I stand before you healthier, stronger, and excited to return to the work that I love. I've always been a supporter of mental health care. During my time in the New Jersey legislature, I worked to advance mental health parity. I believed in the cause then, and I understand it in a far more personal way now. This experience has given me a deeper appreciation for the millions of Americans who face these challenges each and every day. Many do so quietly. Many do so alone. Many do so while carrying burdens that the rest of us never see. And to them, I would say, asking for help is not a weakness. It is a strength. To my constituents, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your prayers. And thank you for allowing me the honor of serving you. I also want to thank my staff who worked tirelessly to ensure that our office continued serving constituents every day during my absence. And most importantly, I want to thank my family, whose love, whose support, and whose faith carried me through some very difficult days. This is not a partisan issue. It touches every community, every family, and every corner of this country. If sharing my story encourages even one person to seek help, if it gives one family the courage to have a difficult conversation, or if it reminds one person that recovery is possible, then this moment will have been worthwhile. I am grateful to be back with the full support of my doctors. I'm grateful to be healthy. I am grateful for the opportunity to continue serving the people of New Jersey's 7th Congressional District. Thank you. May God bless the people of New Jersey, and may God bless the United States of America. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as often the case with the current occupant of the White House, it all started with a lie. Nearly 2 years ago, J.D. Vance got up off his couch and tweeted a racist smear that Haitians in Springfield, Ohio were eating cats and dogs. Days later, Donald Trump shamelessly repeated it at a presidential debate. They knew it was a lie. They knew those families were here legally. They knew they were working, raising children, paying taxes, and helping rebuild a community. None of that mattered. Because the point was never to tell the truth. The point was to make Americans fear Haitians, to turn them into scapegoats, to convince the country that Black immigrants were the source of their problems. J.D. Vance admitted that he was willing to, and I quote, create stories to advance his political agenda. And we all saw what happened next. Springfield was terrorized, schools were closed, bomb threats poured in, white supremacists descended on the city. So families lived in fear because two of the most powerful politicians in America decided that a racist smear was politically useful. They never apologized. Instead, they spent 2 years putting that lie to work and turning it into government policy. And now that campaign of fear is the official policy of our government. Last week, the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to terminate the temporary protected status, also known as TPS, for hundreds of thousands of Haitians. Not because Haiti is safe, not because the facts have changed, but because this administration wants more people for ICE to deport. Haiti remains consumed by political collapse and humanitarian disaster. The conditions that justified the TPS still exist. And these are people who care for our seniors, build our community, and pay billions in taxes. They followed the rules, they trusted the American promise, and now they're being told that a racist political narrative matters more than the law they followed to a T. This is not who we are, America. The House has already passed a bill extending TPS because the facts demand it and because decency requires it. Now the Senate must pass it before the mass deportation tears lives and communities apart, all because of a racist, reckless, bigoted, blatant, dishonest, and disgusting campaign lie. Mr. Speaker, while families are struggling to keep up with rising prices for food, housing, gas, and utilities, this president is focused on something else entirely different: himself. He's spending taxpayer dollars on a lavish White House ballroom. He's tearing up the reflecting pool for another vanity project. He's putting his name and image on anything he can. While Americans are tightening their belts, Donald Trump is building monuments to himself. And 1 year later, Republicans are still celebrating what they call the president's signature legislative achievement. That law ripped health care away from millions of Americans, cut food assistance for families and children, made it harder to afford college, all to hand out massive tax breaks to the wealthiest people in America. It was a transfer of wealth from working people to wealthy people. 17 million Americans have lost health care. More than 4 million Americans, including 800,000 children, have already lost access to basic food assistance. Meanwhile, the wealthiest, 0.1% received tax cuts worth nearly $250,000 just last year. So I'll ask a simple question. How has Trump's big ugly law helped the American people? Because as far as I can tell, it's just welfare for the wealthy and well-connected. Meanwhile, we've gotten higher prices, higher inflation, slower job growth, and an economy that works even better for those already on top. Republicans called it the one big beautiful bill. I call it a big, ugly law, because there is nothing beautiful about taking health care and food away from families to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. So, happy anniversary to Trump's signature achievement. 1 year later, the verdict is in. Working families paid the price, and the wealthiest Americans cashed the check. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
So, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an extraordinary leader, a cherished friend, and someone whose impact on Rochester will be felt for generations to come, Hillary Olson. Since arriving at the Rochester Museum and Science Center in 2018, Hillary has helped strengthen one of the cornerstones of our community. Through enormous challenges, including the pandemic, she guided the RMSC with vision, determination, and grace, helping ensure it emerged stronger than ever. Hillary cares deeply about this community, about its history, about its future, and the people who call it home. She brings warmth, curiosity, and an unwavering belief that institutions like the Museum and Science Center can inspire young people, connect communities, and open minds. Because of her leadership, countless families, students, and visitors have experienced the wonder of science, culture, and discovery. While we are sad to see her leave, Rochester, we are proud to see her take on this next chapter, knowing she will bring with it that same remarkable leadership wherever she goes. I wish her nothing but success, happiness, and continued impact in the new role and in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Beth Paul as she concludes her tenure as president of Nazareth University after 6 years of remarkable leadership. Beth arrived in Nazareth during one of the most difficult moments in modern higher education, taking the helm in the midst of a global pandemic. Through steady leadership, vision, and determination, she helped guide the institution through extraordinary challenges while positioning it for a stronger future. Under her leadership, Nazareth embraced a historic new chapter, transitioning from Nazareth College to Nazareth University and celebrating its centennial year, milestones that will shape the institution for generations to come. Beth has been a passionate advocate for students, a champion of higher education, and a leader who understands that universities are not just places of learning, they are engines of opportunity, discovery, and service. On behalf of our entire community, I thank my dear friend, Dr. Beth Paul, for her leadership, her service, and her unwavering commitment to helping students realize their potential. Mr. Speaker, I rise today after visiting the Buffalo Federal Detention Facility in Batavia, New York, where I met with my constituent, Omar Ramos Jimenez. Omar has lived in Rochester for 3 decades. He has worked, paid taxes, raised a family, and built a life in our community. He is not a danger to anyone. He is not a flight risk. He is a husband, a father, a neighbor. And as we spoke, he kept repeating the same words, "I just want to go home." not to Mexico, to Rochester, because Rochester is his home. Donald Trump told the American people he would target violent criminals, the worst of the worst. Instead, we're seeing longtime productive members of our community swept up in a system built on fear. It's not about public safety, it's simply about cruelty. And in this moment, we must uphold American values. Dignity must be non-negotiable. Due process must be non-negotiable. Basic humanity must be non-negotiable. I will continue fighting for Omar, for thousands like him, and for an immigration system rooted in fairness, decency, and respect for every person. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Mullen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about nitrous oxide, a deadly inhalant that is being sold to consumers online and in stores across the U.S. Put yourself in the shoes of a parent who just received the worst news of their life. Your child has suddenly become unable to walk, they have blood clots around their lungs, or tragically, they have lost their life, all because they got addicted to inhaling nitrous oxide they bought legally off the shelf from their corner store or online in bulk. While grieving the unimaginable, you're left asking, how did this happen? That's what Julia Charleston was thinking when her 34-year-old son, Robert, a military veteran, died after becoming addicted to nitrous oxide. Often called laughing gas, nitrous is probably something you've heard about at the dentist, but it is extremely dangerous to inhale without medical supervision. Even a single use can cause debilitating side effects like neurological damage or even death. And this is a growing problem. 14 million Americans say they have misused nitrous oxide, and fatalities from nitrous oxide misuse have increased by 578% in the past decade. Despite these risks, nitrous oxide is being marketed as a carefree party drug with names like Galaxy Gas or Baking Bad in giant, brightly colored canisters and flavors. This is clearly targeting both kids and adults for recreational use. Meanwhile, the smaller canisters, like this one, are pervasive at music concerts, college campuses, parks, and beaches. Social media videos of people using nitrous have glamorized and fueled this deadly trend. And DUI nitrous cases are putting everyone in harm's way. Right now, it is incredibly easy to buy nitrous oxide at smoke shops, gas stations, and online. I was even able to purchase nitrous oxide canisters and have them shipped directly to the U.S. Capitol. No questions asked. Congress must act to protect people from this dangerous and deadly inhalant. That's why I introduced the bipartisan Nitrous Oxide Safety Act, to ban the sale of nitrous oxide to consumers and close the loophole that's being exploited. While there are legitimate reasons for doctors, dentists, businesses, and industry to use this chemical, it has no business being sold in stores or online. That's what my bill would prevent, regardless of whether it has a warning label. It has been reassuring to see some states start to act, but we need federal legislation to address this truly interstate problem. No more parents should have to experience the devastation of losing a child to nitrous oxide. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today recognizing Steve Keown, a retiring agriculture teacher and FFA advisor who dedicated 42 years to Carroll County and senior high school. Mr. Keown received his bachelor's degree from Murray State University and a master's degree from Purdue University in curriculum and instruction. Keown mentioned and mentored countless future educators through the MyBAT program. Keown has served the Indiana Association of Agricultural Educators for numerous years. During his tenure, the Carroll County FFA chapter earned national recognition for over 20 consecutive years, produced over 200 recipients of state FFA degrees and nearly 60 American FFA degrees, over 50 proficiency champions, and more than 25 national finalists and winners. Mr. Keown's commercial and commitment to student leadership and hands-on learning has shaped success for FFA chapters in Indiana. His passion for agriculture, education, and mentoring others will leave a lasting impact on our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Tippecanoe County School Corporation's Extra Mile Award, and that winner is Deb Liggett. Deb Liggett is an extremely dedicated caretaker of students who drives 170 miles every day, taking students to McCutcheon High School, Southwestern Middle School, and Klondike Schools for over 40 years. She has been a dependable source of kindness and joy for Hoosier students. Our students need role models who are examples of reliability, compassion, and good citizenship. One kind-hearted person can make a difference in the lives of so many young people. Deb Liggett has been that role model in the Tippecanoe area. I am proud to congratulate her on receiving this well-known and well-earned award, and I'm glad our students have Miss Liggett on their way to and from school. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Ivy Tech Community College, which recently won 3 third-place awards in the U.S. Department of Energy's Battery Workforce Challenge. This challenge is a 3-year collegiate engineering competition where teams build an advanced battery pack for the commercial RAM ProMaster EV program. All the students who competed progressed through technical milestones that reflect the same trials the energy industry faces. Throughout the program, the students met demanding engineering standards without compromising safety. I am so proud of these students at my Ivy Tech who succeeded throughout the competition and provided real results on their work. Our nation needs innovative minds. The challenges we face are difficult and complicated, and I'm glad we have young Hoosiers who are ready to tackle these issues head-on and showcase the incredible talent we have in Indiana. Congratulations again, Ivy Tech, and thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My reflections on the nation's 250th anniversary. Happy birthday, America. My friends, 250 years ago, a remarkable experiment was launched upon this continent. It announced to the world that liberty was a universal birthright, that governments derived their authority from the consent of the governed, and that human dignity deserved a political expression. It was a dream of uncommon brilliance. Yet on that very same day, another story marched beside it, a nightmare of uncommon cruelty. Freedom and slavery entered this history together in an unholy matrimony. The Declaration proclaimed equality while hundreds of thousands remained in chains. The promise was magnificent, the practice was monstrous. The vision soared towards heaven while the reality remained anchored in human bondage. This is not merely the paradox of America's founding, it is the permanent tension within the American story. Our republic has always contained both contradiction and conviction, hypocrisy and hope, exclusion and expansion, injustice and aspiration. And yet history teaches us something very profound. The greatness of America has never been that it was born perfect. Its greatness has rested upon its capacity to become better. Every generation has been asked a single question: will you enlarge the promise or will you shrink it? That question confronts us today. For what a nation chooses to remember becomes its operating system. What it chooses to forget becomes its character. Memory is not nostalgia, memory is infrastructure. It determines how a people think, how they govern, how they educate their children, and how they understand their obligations to one another. When a nation tells the whole truth about itself, it becomes stronger. When it edits its past for comfort, it weakens its future. History is not an accusation. History is instructional. History is not about assigning perpetual guilt. History is about cultivating perpetual wisdom. That is why institutions devoted to preserving our collective memory matter so profoundly. The National Museum of African American History and Culture is not merely a building of bronze and stone. It is one of America's greatest classrooms. It reminds us that the story of African Americans is not a chapter added to America's history. It is one of the central texts from which American history is written. African Americans in history makes American history whole. The labor of enslaved people helped build this nation's wealth. They built this building. The courage of abolitionists challenged its conscience. The sacrifices of black soldiers defended its flag. The determination of teachers, entrepreneurs, artists, scientists, clergy, laborers, and ordinary citizens expanded the meaning of democracy itself. To diminish those stories is not simply to diminish African Americans, it's to diminish America itself. Throughout our history, there have been recurring efforts to narrow the nation's memory. Certain voices have always argued that some stories are too uncomfortable, and some documents too inconvenient, and some truths too disruptive. That pattern is not new. It appeared after Reconstruction. It appeared during the long struggle against segregation. It also has appeared whenever honest history threatened comfortable myths. When debates arise over museums, classrooms, architects, monuments, historical interpretations, and books that are being banned in schools, we should recognize them as part of a much longer American conversation about who belongs within the nation's narrative. The stakes extend far beyond any single institution. They concern whether future generations inherit a history expansive enough to include all who helped build this republic. The answer should never be fewer stories. The answer should always be fuller stories to tell the whole truth. For memory is not a scarce resource. Truth is not diminished by inclusion. Indeed, the opposite is true. Every time America has widened its understanding of itself, it has become more faithful to its founding ideals. Consider the long procession of those who enlarged the American promise, those who challenged slavery, those who defended the Union, those who fought for the women's right to vote, those who demanded women's suffrage, those who organized workers, those who secured civil rights, those who expanded voting rights, those who insisted that democracy belongs to every citizen rather than a privileged few. Each generation inherited an imperfect nation. Each generation left behind a better one. That is the true American tradition. Not perfection, but progress. Not complacency, but correction. Not silence, but an honest conversation. Not fear, but an abiding faith. At 250 years, America does not celebrate because every promise has been fulfilled. America celebrates because generation after generation refused to surrender those promises. The American story has always advanced because citizens possessed enough patriotism to criticize injustice and enough hope to repair it. Love of country has never required blindness. It has required courage. It has required the truth to confront those things that are uncomfortable, the courage to confess, the courage to correct, the courage to continue. Mr. Speaker, I yield back, and a happy 250th anniversary. May God bless the United States.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Gallagher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to pay tribute to two of my constituents who tragically lost their lives in a senseless act of gun violence at a public library in Chico, in the heart of my district. Libraries are places of learning and community, spaces where families, children, and neighbors come together. But last week, that sense of safety was shattered by an unimaginable violence. I want to take this time to honor Jacob Hull and Robert Johnson and offer my deepest condolences to the families and friends and community who are devastated and forever changed by this tragedy. Jacob, or Cody as he was known, had taken someone he cared for deeply, a close friend's 8-year-old daughter, with him for a visit to the library. He gave his life that day to protect hers by shielding her from the attacker that day in an act of extraordinary courage and selflessness. And because of his actions, she was able to escape, flee to safety, and reunite with her family. He is a hero. Robert spent 30 years as a resident of Orland, California, where he spent a career in the ag industry before retiring. He was beloved by his family, who fondly referred to him as Uncle Robert. Robert found great joy in spending time at that Chico library, which his family described as his favorite place in the world. It was a place of comfort, of learning, and peace, where he could indulge in his passion for reading, the passion that remained with him throughout his life. Robert was a quiet strength. Both Robert and Jacob were beloved members of the greater Chico and Butte County community, whose absence will be deeply felt, and it leaves a void which cannot be replaced. Members of the Chico community have already banded together to raise money and support for the devastated families of both victims. 2 memorial funds for Cody and Robert have been started by the North Valley Community Foundation, and donations can be made on the North Valley Community Foundation's website at www.nvcf.org. I also want to extend my gratitude to the librarians, the bystanders, and the first responders who selflessly rushed to the scene to provide aid during this horrific crime. I commend Chief Aldridge and his amazing officers at the Chico Police Department, who responded to this incident within 4 minutes. Their excellent training was on full display, and they quickly apprehended the suspect. Their heroism undoubtedly saved lives that day. We are grateful to you, and we salute you, the thin blue line, which protects our community each and every day. No words will ease the deep pain and suffering our community is feeling, but I ask that my colleagues join me in honoring the memories of Jacob Hull and Robert Johnson, and in praying for justice and healing for their families and our community in the difficult weeks and months ahead. Mr. Speaker, a new fiscal year starts off in California, and we have a fiscal bust that could cost us vital wildfire funding. The cap and tax system doesn't raise enough money this year, and under a terrible deal struck between Gavin Newsom and a select group of politicians, money meant for wildfire prevention may be lost because it was put in last place under this deal, and high-speed rail, a project that hasn't built a single mile of track, was put in first place, along with legislative projects for this select group of legislators. $125 million for transit passes, $25 million for a UC Climate Research Center. One curious one, $85 million of our taxpayer funding to go to some entity chosen by the legislature to explore climate innovation and solutions for the future. Where is it going? No one really knows. But what we do know is that wildfire funding could very well be slashed under this terrible deal. And even worse, our CAL FIRE firefighters, their budget could be slashed if we do not reach a deal that comes to putting wildfire prevention and wildfire suppression first in our state. I rise to call out this terrible and atrocious deal, and I demand that my former colleagues in the state legislature put wildfire first, put victims who have been through so much horror over these many years in California, wildfire after wildfire, put them first by making sure that that funding is there. And we can do our jobs here in the U.S. Congress as well by passing our Fix Our Forests Act, which is now on the Senate side. But we need to make sure we get that through so that we can increase the pace and scale of removing dangerous fuels. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this time, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our nation celebrates America's 250th birthday, North Dakota has the extraordinary privilege of marking this milestone in a truly historic way. Tomorrow, on July 1st, we open the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library in the Badlands of western North Dakota. It's a place that forever shaped one of America's greatest presidents. First, I want to recognize the countless people whose vision, generosity, and determination made this remarkable library possible. They are too numerous to mention each individually, but to the TR Presidential Library Foundation Board, its staff, donors, volunteers, community leaders, Secretary Doug Burgum, Robbie Lauf, Ed O'Keefe, and so many more, thank you. Because of your efforts, future generations will come to North Dakota to experience the place that shaped Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt famously said, "I never would have been president if it had not been for my experiences in North Dakota." He arrived in the Dakota Territory as a young man, grieving unimaginable loss. He left transformed. The rugged landscape, the hardworking ranchers, and the independent spirit of the people he met there, these things forged the character that would later define his presidency. North Dakota didn't just change Theodore Roosevelt, North Dakota helped shape the leader who would shape America. Roosevelt embodied what he famously called the bully spirit, an expression of enthusiasm, optimism, courage, and confidence in America's future. He believed in living boldly, embracing challenges, and approaching life with energy and purpose. This is a spirit that has defined our nation for 250 years, and it's one we should carry forward into the next 250. TR was a rancher, a soldier, a conservationist. He was a reformer, an explorer, an author, a statesman, a Nobel Prize recipient, and one of the most energetic presidents our nation has ever known. His life was filled with stories that have become American legend. After being shot while campaigning for president, Roosevelt refused to leave the stage. The bullet had been slowed by a thick 50-page speech that was folded inside his breast pocket. He insisted on finishing his remarks before seeking medical attention. His White House reflected the same fearless, determined, and adventurous spirit. His children filled it with dogs, snakes, birds, ponies, and every imaginable creature. They showed us that public service and joy are not mutually exclusive. Theodore Roosevelt lived a big life because he believed America was meant to dream big, build big, and accomplish big things. Interestingly, today's president carries some of these same qualities. At President Trump's 2025 inauguration, he said, "In America, impossible is what we do best." Consider some of the big accomplishments of Roosevelt. He strengthened our Navy, completed the Panama Canal, won the Nobel Peace Prize for negotiating peace between Russia and Japan, and changed the way we think about conservation by protecting our public lands, forests, parks, and wildlife. But perhaps Roosevelt's greatest legacy wasn't simply what he accomplished. It was what he asked of every American. His words from the man in the arena remain just as relevant today as when he first delivered that speech over a century ago. This strikes me so profoundly on the cusp of our 250th birthday, when our country is so divided, so angry, and so critical of each other. Theodore Roosevelt gives us encouragement. It's not the critic who counts, he reminds us. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena. Those words are a challenge to each of us and to every generation to participate, to lead, to serve, and to have courage to act rather than merely criticize. As we dedicate this remarkable library in my beautiful state of North Dakota, as we do this during America's 250th year, we are reminded that the strength of our republic has never come from spectators. It has always come from the citizens willing to enter the arena. May every visitor who walks through the doors of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library leave inspired by the example of this president whose character was forged in North Dakota and whose leadership strengthened America. His enduring message still calls each of us to live courageously, serve faithfully, and leave our country stronger than we found it. That is Theodore Roosevelt's legacy. That is the bully spirit. And as we begin our nation's next 250 years, may it continue to inspire us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 12 noon today.
The House will be in order. Their prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, author of our lives and source of our many blessings, may we in gratitude take time to reflect on the many men and women who came to this land over 250 years ago with a vision of freedom and a commitment to justice. And we pray that the blood they shed and the hope for which they toiled, all to establish the Republic on these foundational principles, would inspire in each of us our full measure of devotion to this nation. For out of many, one, the many people, many ideas, many voices that joined together before you in the founding of this nation so that the sacrifices they made would inspire the generations to follow to do likewise. You have told us what is good, and with you and their service to you, they have left us both a legacy and a challenge to bear faithfully our responsibility to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with you. Bless then our history and its sacred memory. Sanctify our celebration of our nation's birth, that we would receive the inheritance of your blessing with humility and gratitude and sincere devotion to your divine providence in our day. Preserve, O Lord, these United States, and keep this country in your care for the years to come. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. The chair will entertain requests for up to 15 one-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Robert Stevenson, a proud member of the greatest generation, as he celebrated his 101st birthday on June 14th, 2026. Born in Chicago in 1925, Robert came of age during the Great Depression, developing the values of hard work and perseverance that would guide his life. At 17 years old, he enlisted in the United States Navy during World War II, where he helped manage personnel and aerial mapping records. Following his military service, Robert studied accounting at the University of Pennsylvania, and in 1964 founded the R.L. Stevenson Incorporated. He shared 75 years of marriage with his wife, Helene, and he remains as active today at 101 years old as he ever has been. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in wishing Robert Stevenson a very happy 101st birthday and in honoring his century plus of service to the American spirit that he embodies. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call attention to youth mental health crisis. Organizations like the Andrus Institution in my district are doing meaningful work to address the challenges that our youth face today. The Julia Dyckman Andrus Memorial in Yonkers, New York, operates as a trauma-responsive system of care, bringing education, clinical services, and community-based programs together to support children and families. Founded in 1928 by former Mayor and New York Congressman John Emory Andrus in the area that I now serve, the Andrus Institution helps children, family, and communities succeed through its community programs, health clinics, canine school, and residential treatment services on its campus. Led by award-winning President and CEO Dr. Corinne Lurie-Mabin and her outstanding team, Andrus provides comprehensive therapeutic services to children with severe emotional disabilities and autism, 90% of whom live below the poverty line. Andrus is the largest school-based mental health provider in Westchester County with more than 2,500 children every year. From the floor of the House of Representatives, I commend Andrus for its tireless work to provide life-changing support to help children heal, grow, and thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask you to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to Milton Turner Wright, Jr., a former Texas Ranger and retired sheriff of Fort Bend County, Texas, who passed away on March 5th, 2026. Sheriff Wright was a true example of a public servant. From serving honorably in the United States Navy to dedicating his life to law enforcement, he always put others before himself. He served as sheriff of Fort Bend County, Texas for 4 terms, 16 years, making him the longest-serving sheriff in county history. As sheriff, he revolutionized the office by embracing modern technologies, specialized divisions, and inmate support programs. Earlier this week, Fort Bend County rightfully renamed its detention center after Sheriff Wright, ensuring that his legacy will never be forgotten. Please join me in praying for his wife of 68 years, Marion, family, friends, and loved ones as they mourn the loss of such an honorable man. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purposes the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, WIC provides pregnant and postpartum moms and their babies with healthy food. It increases nutrition, reduces premature births, and improves access to health care for moms and babies. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I find it unconscionable that Republicans in this chamber passed a bill earlier this month that slashes funding for the program by $200 million. The bill takes away money for nutritious fruits and vegetables and would force WIC providers to turn away eligible families for the first time in 30 years. And then, a week later, Republicans gave $70 billion to make a slush fund for ICE and CBP. But when it comes to giving $200 million, that's less than 1% of that number, to hungry kids, Republicans say we ran out of money. What the hell is wrong with these people, Mr. Speaker? I thought they wanted to make America healthy again. You can't be healthy if you are hungry, and the Republican Agriculture Appropriations Bill will make hunger worse. I will fight tooth and nail for the Senate to restore the fruit and vegetable voucher and reverse these cuts to WIC. Let's work together to actually make America healthy and end hunger now. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the State College Farmers Market, which celebrates 50 years of service this year. Since the mid-1970s, the Farmers Market has been a State College staple, bringing together local businesses, families, and Penn State students. Started by a dozen local farmers, the market has stayed true to its original mission to provide people with fresh local foods while supporting Pennsylvania farmers. For 5 decades, the market has evolved to offer a variety of products influenced by Center County's growing population and Penn State's large student body. Vendors have continued bringing old-time favorites like maple syrup and pies while introducing new goods like cider donuts. A handful of vendors have been selling local favorites since the market's earliest years, showing up every weekend to sell their goods. Mr. Speaker, the State College Farmers Market exemplifies the importance of Pennsylvania farms, the value of small businesses, and the influence of community. As we celebrate this milestone, let us look ahead to the next 50 years and keep this community tradition thriving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank my health fellow, Dr. Melanie Yates, for her service to my office and the 2nd Congressional District of Illinois. I'm so lucky Melanie joined us. She is brilliant, deeply caring, and has a funny wit about her. Melanie, a practicing ER physician, was always my trusted source for any medical questions, whether it was a complex policy matter or a personal concern, bringing a unique sense of calm to our entire office. As a proud Minnesotan, Melanie loves the cold weather. She even joked that she could live in Alaska. So it's pretty funny that she found herself in D.C. and is now heading to Cincinnati. It is not exactly the frozen north, but I know wherever she is, and despite the weather, she will excel. I am so incredibly proud of her, and she will always be a part of the Kelly alumni family. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purposes does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to
Without objection, the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor 3 brave wildland firefighters who gave their lives protecting the people of Colorado. Last Friday, Emily Barker, Nick Hutcherson, and Sydney Watson were responding to the Knowles Fire in western Colorado as members of the Rifle Hell Attack crew. They answered the call to protect others, and in doing so, gave their lives. Emily was from Clinton Township, Michigan. Nick was from Glendale, Arizona. Sydney was from Warrior, Alabama. They came from across our country to serve Colorado on some of the most challenging terrain in the American West. This is what wildland firefighters do. They go where the need is greatest, into the smoke, into the canyons, into danger, so our communities can remain safe. Today we remember Emily, Nick, and Sydney not only for how they died, but for how they lived, with courage, selflessness, and a commitment to serving others. I ask my colleagues to keep their families, their crewmates, and every firefighter still on the line in their thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes, the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the inspiring resilience and perseverance of my constituent, Lalana Haggerty. At just 14 years old, Lalana was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, a type of blood cancer that spreads through her lymphatic system. Earlier this month, I had the privilege of meeting Lalana and her wonderful family in my office. Her courage in the face of frightening disease was profound. As a patient, she founded a nonprofit dedicated to providing pediatric hospital patients with pajama blankets and socks. Thanks to the exceptional care she received at Children's Mercy Hospital, Kansas City, and an aggressive 12-week chemo plan, Lalana's cancer is now in remission. Today, Lalana dedicates her time to advocating for other patients and families navigating through serious illnesses. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my colleagues join me in celebrating Lalana's accomplishments and wishing her continued success in the years ahead. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, before there was the Declaration of Independence, there was Halifax, North Carolina. More than 250 years ago, 83 delegates gathered in Halifax with the courage to take a bold stand. Through the Halifax Resolves, the first colony officially called for independence from Great Britain. That's why North Carolina proudly carries the title First in Freedom. The journey of American independence traveled through eastern North Carolina, where brave individuals believed freedom was worth the risk. Their courage helped change the course of history. As America prepares to celebrate 250 years, let's remember that every generation has a responsibility to protect the freedoms they fought to secure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may God bless our wonderful country, the United States of America. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Severance Sailing School team. This spring, these students made history by becoming the first team to ever win both the Baker and the Mallory national championships in the same season, and these victories did not come easily. In the Mallory competition, the Admirals made a critical comeback from third to first place, despite dicey wind conditions, to win their second title. 4 graduating seniors, Alex Baker, Charlotte McDonald, Annie Sitzman, and Annabella Ulak, even missed their commencement ceremony to compete in the national championships. These students' commitment to excellence, both in the classroom and on the water, is truly inspiring, and their accomplishments speak to the incredible coaches and mentors they've had along the way. Congratulations to Coach Sitzman, Coach Alexander, Coach Davids, and the entire Severn sailing team on an incredible season and a historic accomplishment. I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1398 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title. Report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 83, House Resolution 1398. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8800, to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for the purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or the respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-33 shall be considered as adopted in the House in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 8800 as amended shall be in order except those printed in the Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 40 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of H.R. 8800 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or the respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8800 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8595, making appropriations for national security, Department of State, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2027, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. Points of order against provisions in the bill for failure to comply with Clause 2 or Clause 5A of Rule 21 are waived. Section 7A. No amendment to H.R. 8595 shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 9 of this resolution. B. Each amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of this resolution are waived. Section 8. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 9. During consideration of H.R. 8595 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 10. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8595 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 11. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 8884, to amend Title II of the Social Security Act, to reauthorize demonstration authority for the Disability Insurance Program. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-34 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or the respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 12. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution. House Resolution 1383. Commemorating the 1-year anniversary of the enactment of the Working Families Tax Cuts. The amendment to the preamble printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The resolution as amended shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble as amended to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question except 1 hour of debate. Equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or the respective designees. Section 13. House Resolution 1377 is laid on the table. Section 14. In the engrossment of H.R. 8800, the clerk shall, A, add the text of Senate 1383 as passed by the House as a new matter at the end of H.R. 8800. B, assign appropriate designations to provisions within the engrossment. C, conform cross-references and provisions for short titles within the engrossment. And D, be authorized to make technical corrections, to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, page and line numbering, section numbering, and insertion of appropriate headings within the engrossment.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1398, providing for consideration of 4 measures. H.R. 8800, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2027, under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, provides 1 motion to recommit, and makes 312 amendments in order. H.R. 8595, the National Security, Department of State, and Related Programs Appropriations Act 2027, under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member on the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, provides 1 motion to recommit, and makes 29 amendments in order. H.R. 8884, Removing Barriers to Work for Disabled Americans Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. And H.R. 1383, commemorating the 1-year anniversary of the enactment of the Working Family Tax Cuts. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. Additionally, the rule provides that HRS 1377 is laid on the table, and once the NDAA is passed, the clerk shall add the text of S 1383, the Save America Act, to the bill and transmit it once again to the United States Senate. Mr. Speaker, we're here today to debate a rule on 4 measures. First, H.R. 8800, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2027. Under the leadership of Chairman Mike Rogers and Ranking Member Adam Smith, one of the top priorities of the bipartisan fiscal year 27 NDAA is to rebuild our arsenal of freedom. As President Reagan reminded the nation more than 4 decades ago, it is not just immoral, but unforgivable to ask the sons and daughters of America to protect this country with aging equipment and bargain basement weapons. That conviction remains as true now as it was then. This year's NDAA continues our commitment to ensuring the United States maintains the most capable, lethal, and ready fighting force in the world. This is made possible through a top line that supports an investment consistent with rebuilding the American arsenal and revitalizing our defense industrial base. Since the 1990s, we have seen a lack of competition in the defense sector that has reduced resiliency in supply chains, stifled innovation, and ultimately had increased costs for the taxpayers while decreasing readiness. This bill aims to change that. The fiscal year 27 NDAA strengthens American security by expanding domestic production capacity, mobilizing private sector investment, accelerating innovative defense entrants, cutting unnecessary regulatory barriers, and creating thousands of high-skilled American jobs. To reduce costs, this bill expands the multi-year procurement authority for critical platforms such as the F-35, the F-15EX, Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, and many other weapon systems. This enables the defense industrial base to expand and accelerate domestic production, leading to decreased cost, increased capacity, and increased jobs. A country that cannot make its own ammunition and weapons cannot deter a war, Mr. Speaker. In addition, the fiscal year 27 NDAA makes another major stride in strengthening service member quality of life and revitalizing our recruitment efforts. It authorizes a 5 to 7% pay raise, improves military housing, education, and child care options for military families, and invests in support systems that keep our force resilient. The bill also tackles the nation's pilot shortage head-on by issuing targeted aviation bonuses, expanding the training pipeline capacity, and accelerating pathways to produce and retain the next generation of military aviators. Implementing the Peace Through Strength agenda, the fiscal year 27 NDAA rebuilds depleted stockpiles and accelerates the fielding of game-changing technologies like quantum computing, hypersonics, and autonomous systems, while sustaining legacy platforms until future replacements become operational. Platforms such as the F-22, the F-18, the A-10, and the MQ-9 have been instrumental in the operations against Venezuela and the Iranian regime. Sustaining these platforms will eliminate capability gaps created by prematurely divesting legacy platforms without a replacement platform being operational. Peace through strength starts with a factory floor in Scranton, a shipyard in Newport News, a welder in Pascagoula, our skilled workforce at Robins Air Force Base. A stronger, more resilient defense industrial base is what turns American manufacturing capacity into credible military power. This credible military power is what convinces our adversaries that today is not the day to test the United States of America. I'd like to thank my colleagues and House Armed Services Committee staff for all of the work that went into creating this strong, bipartisan legislation that should pass with overwhelming support. Second, Mr. Speaker, the rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 8595, the National Security Department of State Related Programs Appropriations Act of 2027. H.R. 8595 advances the America First policy agenda and restores accountability to how taxpayer dollars are spent abroad. This year's legislation provides $47.32 billion, 6% below the fiscal year 2026 enacted level, while still supporting a foreign policy agenda that supports our allies and counters our adversaries. This bill restores fiscal sanity by reducing duplication, streamlining operations, and prioritizing core diplomatic functions. Additionally, it codifies President Trump's executive orders to eliminate wasteful programs and spending, strengthen oversight of foreign assistance, and ensure no funds flow to organizations that refuse to cooperate with the United States. Further, this legislation funds efforts to counter malign influence from the People's Republic of China, denying the CCP access to U.S.-backed resources and prohibiting countries from using U.S. aid to repay debts owed to Communist China. It deserves bipartisan support, and I look forward to its passage. Third, Mr. Speaker, the rule also provides for the consideration of H.R. 8884, the Removing Barriers to Work for Disabled Americans Act. This is a simple bill with an important goal: to make sure Americans with disabilities are not punished for wanting to go to work. For too long, our disability policies have been built around outdated assumptions that treat work as a risk rather than an opportunity. H.R. 8884 gives the Social Security Administration the tools it needs to test new approaches, gather real data, and design policies that support work instead of discouraging it. This bill extends the Social Security Administration demonstration authority through 2030. Participation is voluntary and will not result in a decreased overall income for any member that elects to participate in the program. This demonstration authority will be a gateway for the Social Security Administration to run scope test programs which could help disabled Americans work, earn, and maintain stability without risking harm to the beneficiaries. This is common sense legislation that everyone should support. I look forward to passing it in the House and sending it over to the Senate. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the rule provides for consideration of H.R.S. 1383, commemorating the one-year anniversary of the enactment of the Working Families Tax Cuts. Nearly 1 year ago today, House and Senate Republicans delivered on President Trump's promise to cut taxes, deliver affordability, and strengthen our economy for everyday, hardworking Americans. The Working Families Tax Cuts is the largest tax reform passed by Congress in decades, making permanent the tax cuts passed under the first Trump administration and ensuring a tax cut for over 140 million Americans. We saw over $324 billion in tax refunds for both individuals and families in 2025, and approximately 96% of the filers receiving a refund earn less than $200,000 in annual income. Further crucial provisions in this legislation provided numerous deductions for overtime pay, service industry workers who rely on tips, as well as deductions for car loan interest and expansion of the enhanced child credit. American families and workers overwhelmingly benefited from the Working Families Tax Cuts, and President Trump and congressional Republicans delivered for the American people by making these tax cuts permanent. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these measures and urge passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Georgia for yielding me the customary time, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by asking, do Republicans even have the votes to pass this rule? Because if not, then what on earth are we doing here? Wasting more time? Even your own members are fed up, Mr. Speaker. Every week wondering if someone's going to throw a fit, if Donald Trump is going to post something crazy and blow everything up, if Mike Johnson is going to bring something to the floor when he doesn't have the votes. The chaos and the dysfunction around here is unhinged. We wasted hours and hours at the Rules Committee last week debating and voting on a rule that never came to the floor. And for what? Because Congress passed a bipartisan housing affordability bill, and the president had a temper tantrum, refused to sign it, and derailed everything? I mean, really? And why? Because he's still busy trying to fraudulently claim that the 2020 election was stolen, and now he wants to use that as an excuse to try to rig the midterms. Let me remind my colleagues, this is the United States of America. It is still the United States of America. We're not China or Russia or some two-bit dictatorship. This is insane what is going on here. Families cannot afford rent. Folks are priced out of buying a house. And Donald Trump is asking about the bipartisan housing is asked about the bipartisan housing bill yesterday, and he says it's so unimportant. He says it's so unimportant. And then he says, I made a lot of money with housing. The American people are not asking whether Donald Trump made a lot of money in housing. They are asking why they cannot afford it. They are asking why his economy sucks, why their prices are going up, and nobody in this Republican administration seems to give a damn. So now we're back with another rule. Maybe it passes, maybe it doesn't. Who knows anymore? This rule includes a National Defense Authorization bill with a trillion, that's with a T, $1 trillion price tag. I should tell my colleagues that we already spend more on our military than the next 6 countries combined. I mean, it's an astronomical amount. You know, over another $1 trillion on our military budget. Boy, that's so wild and extravagant, even Dr. Strangelove would be impressed. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me get this straight. You guys want to give Donald Trump over $1 trillion for the Pentagon? Donald Trump, who started an illegal war? Donald Trump, who got 13 American service members killed because he started a war to distract from the Epstein files? That's who you want to give $1 trillion to? I mean, get real. The State and Foreign Operations Bill is a mess, too. It guts all the programs that actually prevent crises before they explode. So when the next war, famine, pandemic, or global breakdown knocks on our door, just remember it was Republicans who set the stage, just like they did when they cut funding for screwworm protection. There's a Social Security disability bill that hands more authority to an administration already targeting programs that working people rely on. And then we get to this Republican self-esteem exercise. Yet another non-binding resolution praising Republicans for the big, ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, I have a secret for you. I checked with my staff. Not a single person has called my office saying, Congressman, I think Republicans should spend time congratulating themselves on a bill they passed last year that took away my health care and is directly responsible for raising my bills. I haven't gotten a single call about that. What exactly is it that my Republican friends are congratulating themselves for anyways? I mean, you passed the big ugly bill a year ago. Since then, gas prices have gone up. Grocery prices have gone up. There's a new war in the Middle East. Health care is more expensive, and fewer people have it. Child hunger has gone up. The tariffs are crushing farmers and driving up costs. That's what you guys are doing a victory lap over? Really? I mean, really? And never have we seen so much inequality between the rich and the poor in this country. Regular people are getting screwed while the top 0.001% saw their incomes go up by, get this, $20 million last year. You guys could not be more out of touch if you tried, Mr. Speaker. There might be hours of floor debate on these crummy bills this week, but right now we're here to talk about the Republicans' agenda, their plan for the week. And the truth is that their bills are just more of the same old status quo nonsense that people back home are sick and tired of. The Republican agenda is a nightmare for this country. The American people are in an economic crisis right now. They are getting screwed by the policies of this administration. Their wallets and their pocketbooks are getting cleaned out by this president and this majority's billionaire first agenda. and then they turn on C-SPAN today, and God help them if they do. But and what do they see Republicans bringing to the floor? Not a bill to help deal with rising inflation and economic uncertainty. No, no, no. Their focus this week is a resolution to congratulate themselves on a bill that they already passed last year. And in case they haven't noticed, for most people, things have gotten worse since then, not better. People are looking to this place and wondering whether anybody at all on the Republican side has any idea what their life is actually like. They believe that this Republican majority is just out of touch, out of sync with where regular people are. And if you look at these awful, lousy bills, the answer is obviously no. And I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, no doubt the Democrat Socialists of America believe everything that the gentleman from Massachusetts just said, but the majority of Americans are smart enough to know that those things are simply not true. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Boy, that was a good retort. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to strike the section adding the Save America Act to the NDAA during engrossment. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. I think the SAVE Act is an awful bill. It's not about election security. It's about relitigating Donald Trump's loss in 2020. And he did lose. He lost big. It will make it harder for American citizens to vote if this SAVE Act stays in or ever becomes law. And here is another thing that is clear to everyone, or should be. This little maneuver by the Speaker is a nothing burger. It's a shell game. It's the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain pretending to do magic. And here's the truth. The SAVE Act will not become law. Even if this rule manages to pass, the Senate will not pass an NDAA with the SAVE Act included. They have already said that, and Leader Thune, 5 days ago, already filed cloture on the Senate's own version of the NDAA without the SAVE Act. And at the end of the day, it's very simple. Republicans are using procedural tricks to try to make it harder for people to vote because they can't win elections the old-fashioned way. They can't win them fair and square. And it's offensive. And in the case of this MERV scheme, it's downright stupid. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Alabama, the sponsor of this amendment, Ms. Sewell.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern, for allowing me to speak. I rise today in opposition to attaching the Save America Act to the NDAA. You know, this week, Mr. Speaker, marks the 250th anniversary of our nation's independence. And yet, instead of working to strengthen our democracy, Trump and Republicans are hell-bent on undermining it. While we should be celebrating how far we've come since the days of Jim Crow voter suppression, Republicans are working to drag us back. Old battles have indeed become new again. Mr. Speaker, the so-called Save America Act is nothing more than a scheme devised by my colleagues across the aisle to save themselves from accountability at the ballot box. It is a voter suppression bill designed to block millions of eligible voters from casting their ballots. Let me be perfectly clear. We all agree that it is important for citizens to verify who they are during the voting process. But this bill is not about voter ID. It is so extreme that even a valid driver's license would not be enough to register to vote. This bill is about one thing and one thing only, making it harder for Americans to vote and easier for Republicans to win. Here are the facts. Rampant voter fraud is a myth. It does not exist. It is already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. In fact, under current law, non-citizens would face up to 5 years in prison for attempting to vote in federal elections, and they would even risk being deported. That's why the fact of the matter is that non-citizens voting is roughly 0.0001%, according to the Brennan Center. This legislation is an egregious attempt to solve a problem that is not based in reality. The solution to this non-existent problem is not to prevent eligible voters from voting and accessing the ballot box. Mr. Speaker, roughly half of all Americans do not have a valid passport. In my home state of Alabama, that number is even higher. More than 72% of Alabamians do not have a passport. To get one, most Americans would have to pay an application fee of $130. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing more than a modern-day poll tax. There are also 69 million women who have changed their last names after getting married. Those women would not be able to vote using their birth certificate. Under this voter suppression bill, up to 21 million eligible Americans would be blocked from exercising their right to vote. The SAVE Act also requires states to purge their voter rolls on a consistent basis without requiring common sense measures like requiring officials to notify voters before removing them from the voter roll. That means that eligible voters would risk learning that they have been removed from the polls at the election day. Keeping voter rolls accurate is important, Mr. Speaker, but it must be done by using quality data and best practices to ensure that citizens are not inadvertently removed from the voter roll. In my home state of Alabama, an effort was made to remove non-citizens from the voter rolls using data from the state's Department of Labor. The data was highly incorrect, and what we found is 93.8% of the voters removed were U.S. citizens. U.S. citizens being removed because my state thought that they were using something accurate in removing the voter roll. Let me say this again, 93.8% of the voters removed were U.S. citizens. Mr. Speaker, this is very personal to me. I am a proud daughter of Selma, Alabama, and the representative of Alabama's Voting Rights and Civil Rights District. It was in my hometown 61 years ago where hundreds of foot soldiers like John Lewis shed blood on a bridge for the equal right of all Americans to vote. They marched, they bled, they prayed, and some even died for the right to vote. The so-called SAVE Act makes a mockery of their legacy. As America celebrates its 250th birthday, we in Congress should be working to make voting more accessible, not less. Our democracy functions best when every citizen is given an opportunity to participate in our elections. I urge all my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, and to oppose any efforts by President Trump and Republicans to suppress the voting rights of Americans. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The key provision of this, one of the key provisions, is the National Defense Authorization Act. This is a bipartisan piece of legislation that is passed every year for the last several decades and passed out of committee with a strong bipartisan vote. I just want to encourage the American citizens to understand this with regard to our national security and our national defense and how important this piece of legislation is. Up to and until 2022, in order to launch a satellite, the United States was buying rockets from Russia. 2022 is the last time we purchased rockets from Russia to launch satellites, and 2024 is the last time we actually used a Russian rocket to launch a satellite. We have to invest in our defense industrial base so that we are not dependent on the enemies of the United States of America to provide for the security of the American citizens. The National Defense Authorization Act, in a very bipartisan manner, does exactly that. This rule needs to pass, Mr. Speaker. We need to ensure that we are not dependent on our adversaries for our national security. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would just again remind the gentleman and others that we already spend more than 6 of our nearest competitors in terms of military spending combined. I mean, we're talking about $1.5 trillion. It's trillion with the T, going to the defense budget this year. And I got to tell you, I really think we ought to have a debate in this Congress about the definition of national security. And I think it ought to include things, like health care. My Republican friends cut $1 trillion from health care. People are losing their health care left and right. If you don't have health care, you don't feel very secure. National security definition also ought to include, the quality of education we provide our young people. It ought to include things like ending hunger in this country. We're the richest country in the history of the world. We got 48 million Americans who don't know where their next meal is going to come from. It ought to include housing, whether people can afford housing. We have an affordability crisis right now that we tried to address in a bipartisan way, but Donald Trump had a meltdown. It ought to include supporting our veterans and cleaning up our environment. It ought to include things like investing in our workforce. All of those things are sources of our national strength that are getting shortchanged here. So, forgive us if we're not getting excited about this massive increase in military spending at a time when the average American is getting screwed. Enough. I mean, when you go back to your district and you talk to people in coffee shops, I mean, they're not worried about whether we're spending $900 billion or $1.5 trillion on our military spending. Most of it goes to defense contractors. I mean, what they're worried about is whether they can afford their groceries, whether they can afford their rent, whether they can afford the gas for their car. Those are things that are real, whether they can help send their kids to college. All of those things matter. And, Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to the ranking member. 8 million Americans have lost their health insurance over the last year. 8 million Americans lost their health insurance. Millions more have seen their health insurance premiums go up by hundreds and thousands of dollars. Hospitals and community health centers have shut down all across the country. Why? Because our Republican colleagues passed the big ugly bill last year that cut funding from health care in order to fund tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations. And that's not all. They also cut money from SNAP. 1 million children lost their SNAP benefits over the last year. Children going hungry. People who are sick and hurt, not able to go to the doctor because they can't afford it anymore. And I see our Republican colleagues, they don't understand why their bill isn't more popular. They don't understand why the American people aren't grateful to them for cutting their health care and cutting their food aid in order to pay for tax cuts for rich people who don't need it. They tried changing the name of their bill. They don't call it the Big Beautiful Bill anymore. They said, well, maybe if we change the name, then people will like the fact that they can't afford to go to the doctor anymore because of our tax cuts for the rich. Well, that didn't work. So now they are proposing to use floor time this week to vote on a resolution congratulating themselves for passing this monstrous bill that has cut health care and cut food aid for the American people in order to pay for tax cuts who don't need it. Oh, don't worry. The bill did more than that, by the way. One thing that it did fund is more ICE agents invading American cities, Minneapolis, Chicago, killing American citizens in broad daylight. Why aren't the American people grateful for that, they wonder? Well, maybe a resolution congratulating ourselves for doing this, maybe that'll do the trick. Why aren't the American people grateful for the fact that whatever small tax relief was included for the middle class is outweighed dramatically by the increased costs from the tariffs and the war and the health insurance premiums skyrocketing? Well, Mr. Speaker, how about this? How about we as a Congress, instead of using this floor time on meaningless resolutions, actually do the work of the American people? How about we fund health care? How about we fund food aid? How about we fund education instead of yet more tax cuts for Elon Musk and the billionaires partying at Mar-a-Lago while working people suffer?
Expired.
With that, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Wow. Couple of things, Mr. Speaker. One is federal tax revenues are actually up this fiscal year over last fiscal year, and that's because the economy is doing pretty good under President Donald Trump. Again, tax revenues are up 5% over last year. I want to mention one other thing. People under the age of 18 were exempt from the changes we made in the SNAP benefits. Under 18, they were exempt, and yet they still stand up and say, we kick children off of SNAP. Read the law. Read the law. If you're under 18, you're exempt from the change that we made. I want to speak, Mr. Speaker, about something that's in this piece of legislation, in this rule, that's wrong, that I've tried to correct for many years, and if we get the chance to vote on it, I hope we will get it corrected. And I want to tell you, several years ago, I went to Bethesda, and a young man that I represented had stepped on a pressure plate, and he lost both legs in Afghanistan. And I stayed in touch with the young man, and a couple of years later, I was taking him hunting. I remember exactly where I was, on 475 in central Georgia. And he told me, he said, I work at O'Reilly's Auto Parts, but I have to be careful. At the time, it was $1,100 a month, to make sure that I don't make more than $1,100 a month, or my family loses the Social Security benefits. And we talked a little while about this, and I told him, I'm like, hey, you know, when I get back to D.C., I'm going to meet with the lawyers because that just doesn't sound right. And I came to D.C., scheduled a meeting with the attorneys up here that deal with Social Security, and I met with them and I had the discussion with them, and they told me that that was actually the law, that that was correct. So here we have this young man, combat wounded, totally and permanently disabled, who wants to go back to work. And I'm a firm believer that the number one thing we can do for our veterans, especially when it comes to veteran suicide and their mental health, is to get them back to work as soon as possible. And so I wrote a piece of legislation that's had multiple co-sponsors from both parties, from all spectrums of the political divide, conservative, liberal, Democrat, Republican, moderate, and we haven't been able to get it through because of some of the budget rules that plague this place with good ideas. And so now we have 8884, and if it is passed, I am confident that the concept of the Purple Heart Freedom to Work Act will be put in place as a pilot project. And so what it would allow people to do is, for people who are combat wounded, totally and permanently disabled, it will allow them to go back to work and keep their Social Security benefits. It shouldn't take as long as it's taken to do this and to get this passed. But if this rule passes, I'm confident that H.R. 8884 will pass. And if we can get it through the Senate, and that's a big if with getting anything through the Senate, then hopefully our combat wounded, totally and permanently disabled veterans can go back to work and not be afraid of going back to work because they would lose their Social Security benefits. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have to admit I was taken a little bit aback by the gentleman's statement earlier when he said the economy is doing, quote, pretty good. I think those are his exact words. and I'm kind of stunned by that, because inflation is up, the prices of groceries are up, the price of gas is up, the price of housing is up, the price of everything is up, and people, by every poll that has been conducted, whether it's on the left or the right or in the center, says the same thing. The people are not satisfied with this economy. They do not think it is pretty good, no matter what their party affiliation is. They do not think it's good. Now, maybe if you're a Republican in the House of Representatives and you hang around with the Mar-a-Lago class, maybe they think it's pretty good. I mean, Elon Musk is now the first trillionaire. I guess he thinks it's pretty good. But, you know, if you're the average worker, whether it's in Massachusetts or Georgia or California or South Dakota, you don't share that view, because it isn't. Things are actually pretty bad. Things are pretty bad. And the gentleman said that, like, poor kids are not losing their SNAP benefits. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article entitled "Over 700,000 Poor Kids Across 12 States Have Lost Food Aid Under Trump GOP Budget Law."
Without objection.
And I want to amend, this article appeared in May 2026. That number is now estimated not at 700,000, but at 800,000 in this country. And think about it. Think about it. The economy is doing pretty good, and in this country that we live in right now, the United States of America, we have close to 50 million Americans who don't know where their next meal is going to come from, who are hungry. I don't think they think the economy's pretty good. And a lot of these people, in fact, the majority of these people, are working families. They're working harder than ever, but because everything is going up, they can't afford groceries. Go to any grocery store in this country, and you'll see people actually putting groceries back on the shelves because their paychecks don't stretch as far as they used to because prices are going up. And by the way, it's not just the big ugly bill, it's the president's stupid tariff policy, which are raising prices all across this country. And the war in Iran, that I don't even know if he knows what the hell he's doing. It just goes on and on and on. And again, I mean, we're spending countless, dollars on this war, again, which is resulting in energy prices going through the roof. So no, people do not think the economy is pretty good. They do not. And I suspect that is what is behind this effort by Republicans to try to rig the midterm elections, because they know that the American people are not happy with where things are. And it's not just Democrats, it's not just independents, but a whole bunch of Republicans. A whole bunch of Republicans are also dissatisfied. And I would urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to go to coffee shops, to go to diners, to go to grocery stores, to go to VFW halls in their district and listen to what people are saying. They are not happy. They are very, very concerned about the state of the economy. And they're not confident that things are going to get better. And they do not think that the person running this country right now has any clue about what the reality is for working families. He lives in a different sphere altogether. He's worried about reflecting pools and building, monuments in his honor and redoing the East Wing that he said would cost nothing, but it's going to cost us billions when all is said and done. Cost the taxpayers billions. That's what he's consumed about. They want a Congress and they want a government that cares about them. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, might I inquire as to how much time remains on each side?
Gentleman from Georgia has 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Gentleman from Massachusetts has 8 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any additional speakers. I'm prepared to close if the gentleman is. If I want you to. I've listened a lot today, and I want to get back to the heart of this matter. The National Defense Authorization Act. the National Defense Authorization Act. That is what this rule is about. It's about H.R. 8884 and allowing, in the case of the legislation that I had, Purple Heart, people who are combat wounded, total and permanent, having the ability to go back to work and not worrying about losing their Social Security benefits, at least for a period of time. The Appropriations Act for our State Department and things that we do around the world. There's a lot in this rule, Mr. Speaker, and this rule needs to pass. And yes, the Save America Act will be attached to the legislation when it goes across, because yes, we do think y'all are letting non-citizens vote in elections. We know you're doing it at the local level. And we think that places like California ought to get their ballots counted before the end of the night, not before the end of the week. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve the balance of my time until the gentleman's prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
But I do want to remind the gentleman that it was the Republicans that put into this rule a bill to congratulate yourselves on the big ugly bill. And it was the gentleman who said that people think this economy is doing pretty good. And I take issue with that. There are people, who are losing their health care. Republicans like to pretend that their big ugly bill, which cut Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by more than $1 trillion, didn't actually hurt anyone. I mean, there are lots of real stories of people being hurt. I mean, Kathy and Jeffrey Maney, who live in Brandon, Vermont, are owners of a garage door installation and repair business. They said that their premium was jumping up from $625 a month to nearly $2,670 per month. And the cheapest alternative they could find was still nearly $2,000. Kathy and Jeffrey ended up dropping their coverage. The economy's not working good for them. Eric and Lisa Frankenfield, a chiropractor, and his wife, who live in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, said their premium was set to skyrocket to $1,928 per month, up from $340 per month. So they decided to go without coverage this year. Lisa said that, quote, "We are healthcare providers who cannot afford benefits. Oh, the irony," end quote. Caitlin Provost, a 37-year-old single mom and social worker from Henderson, Nevada, saw her premium jump from $85 to $750 a month. She said she would like to drop her, she would likely drop her own coverage in order to keep insurance for her 4-year-old daughter. I mean, these are real-life stories. I go on and on and on and read them here. The economy is not pretty good for them. The economy is lousy for them. And there's nothing that is in this rule that we will consider that will help any of them. In fact, there is nothing that this Republican Congress has done to help any of them. Instead, you've made their lives worse. And so the economy is not doing pretty good. And the idea that you're going to congratulate yourselves on the passage of the big ugly bill, well, I just have a difference of opinion. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to address a couple of issues. One is he said healthcare providers can't afford their benefits. Well, that's because you turned the whole system over to a select few extremely large health insurance companies that are accountable to nobody, and they're not paying their claims. They're not. You know, my father was a surgeon. A lot of my friends are in the healthcare business. Let me tell you something. When you gave United Healthcare and the other multi-billion-dollar corporations control over all aspects of our lives, you did a lot of damage, and you did that in your so-called Affordable Care Act. And if the Affordable Care Act had worked, we wouldn't be having this discussion. So you want to talk about the problems in the healthcare system, you need to look in the mirror, because y'all wrote the bill, and now those big insurance companies aren't accountable to anybody. They own the PBMs, they own the pharmacies, they own the doctor's offices, they own the hospitals. They are huge, huge oligopolies that cater to nobody other than their shareholders. Look at the share price of the large health insurance companies. Look who you made rich with the Affordable Care Act. It was the shareholders and the executives of all of those major health insurance companies. And when I talk about the economy, yes, I realize that the American citizens are paying more. Inflation, which started because of the so-called American rescue plan, I think that's what y'all called it, and your so-called Inflation Reduction Act. Why did you name a bill the Inflation Reduction Act? Because you started the inflation with the American Rescue Plan, and then you turned around and passed the so-called Inflation Reduction Act that just exponentially escalated the amount of inflation that the American citizens were having to deal with on a regular basis. My point with the economy is this. Real GDP grew. Real GDP grew at a 2.2% annual rate for the full year of 2025 that beat the baseline expectations. Yes, American citizens are having challenges. One of the reasons they're having challenges is the cost of energy. And you know what? I'll admit, after Donald Trump tried to end the Iranian jihadist control over what was happening around the world, and he's done a pretty good job with it. And let me tell you this, Donald Trump, the President of the United States, knows exactly what he's doing with Iran. He knows exactly what he's doing with Iran. And if you would get the briefings, you would understand why. And in fact, I would point out that a U.S. senator that doesn't like the president had a few things to say, and as soon as he went and got the briefing, he turned around and reversed his position. So instead of blaming everything on Donald Trump, you should get the facts. But the cost of energy is embedded in every single thing that we do and that we buy. And when the Democratic Party does things like canceling the Keystone Pipeline, like stopping the development of nuclear power plants, like stopping oil and gas developments inside the United States of America, it hurts the American citizens. It hurts the American citizens, and it leads to inflation. And so, you know, I'm sorry that we're having to deal with the inflation that the Democrats started with the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act and the pain that has come from that. And I'm sorry the American citizens are dealing with the pain of the Affordable Care Act. I wish we could have repealed that horrible bill, but we didn't get it done. We didn't get it done. But healthcare providers who can't afford their benefits, they can't afford their benefits because the insurance companies that you turn the system over to aren't paying the claims. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I find it's rich to be lectured about health care from my Republican friends. Let me tell you what Democrats did with the Affordable Care Act. By passing it, it stopped health insurance companies from charging sick people more premiums than healthy people. It kept health insurance companies from denying coverage to pregnant women and people with pre-existing conditions. It demanded insurance companies cover more preventative services. It allows young adults to stay on their parents' insurance until they're age 26. I go on and on and on. What did my Republican friends did? They cut $1 trillion from health care. And by the way, I should remind the gentleman that Republicans control the House, Republicans control the Senate, Republicans control the White House, and health care prices are going through the roof under your watch. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
The Affordable Care Act created a system where the major insurance carriers are not answerable to anybody. You did this to the American citizens. It's your responsibility. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is
Speaker,
recognized.
how much time do I have remaining?
Gentleman has 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Is the gentleman prepared to close? All right. Well, then I will yield myself the remaining time. Mr. Speaker, I could go on health care all day, but I would just urge those who are in the gallery and those who are watching, I mean, look at your own health care bills. Look at your own health care coverage now after nearly 2 years of Republican control of government. And the bottom line is people are losing their health care benefits. And in this country, that is unconscionable. Mr. Speaker, I have served here a long time, and I've seen majorities struggle before. I've seen close votes. I've seen disagreements. This is something else entirely. This is a majority that cannot function unless Donald Trump is lucid and in a good mood. And even then, it's a coin flip. I mean, Americans need cheaper housing. They need a raise. They need health care that doesn't break the bank. They need a government that lowers prices and brings down inflation and protects them. Instead, what they're getting is a Republican administration that raises prices, increases inflation, and protects the Epstein pedophiles. Republicans promised they would lower prices on day one. It's now year two. They've been in complete and total control for almost 18 months. They run Washington. And if you go home and ask people in small towns and big cities, in suburbs and in rural communities, in states across this country, how things are going with Trump and Republicans in charge, they will tell you the truth, which is that things are getting worse because Trump's economy sucks. He swore he would end inflation. End it. Those are his words, not mine. He said he would end wars. He's starting them. He promised gas would be cheap. The national average is nearly $4 a gallon. The only people who are doing great right now are the billionaires and now a trillionaire and the greedy corporations that help Republicans get elected, because that is who they work for. And I think people are sick and tired of it. They're sick of watching Congress lurch from crisis to crisis. They're sick of Republicans spending more time managing their own egos than lowering anybody's bills. And let me just end with this. As we celebrate our country's 250th birthday this weekend, we have so much to be proud of as Americans. We have so much to celebrate and be thankful for. Each new generation that has fought to expand the circle of our democracy and make real the promise of our founding they have brought us closer to the dream of a more perfect union. And that's what makes America great. And I'm looking forward to spending this 4th of July with family and friends back up in Massachusetts, the birthplace of America, where our citizens came together to overthrow the most powerful army in the world and establish a government of, by, and for the people. But the truth is that right now, too many people feel like this country is run of, by, and for the powerful, the wealthy, and the well-connected. And you know what? They're right. People see the corruption, the greed, the self-dealing, and the self-enrichment of this president's family and his crooked administration, and they are fed up with it. And I believe that patriotism means calling your country to a higher standard. Patriotism means telling the truth, Mr. Speaker. And the truth is Americans are hurting. Costs are too high, and our democracy and freedoms are under assault by an out-of-control, lawless administration run by a president who thinks he's a king. And Republicans are either too busy pledging allegiance to Trump to notice or too distracted fighting with each other to care. And we can do better than this. We should do better than this. We must do better than this. Reject this rule. Stop acting like a cult. Let's bring back bills that actually help people. And for God's sake, let's start acting like America again. And I urge a no vote on this rule, a no vote on the underlying bills, and I yield back.
Chairman yields. Members are reminded, they already know it, but they're reminded again to refrain from engaging in personalities and disparaging remarks towards the president. As well, members are reminded not to reference guests in the gallery and are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair, not to each other in the second person. There is decorum here as well. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time, and I know that you were talking about the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, who has done something that will probably never be done again in the history of the country. Been elected in 2016 and 2024. And I want to say this as we talk about health care and health insurance and the other things. This side of the aisle recognizes there are problems. And this side of the aisle recognizes that the only way to fix those problems is to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. Now, the other side of the aisle thinks that they did a perfect job. A perfect job. Well, let me tell you something. Before the Affordable Care Act went into place, United Health Group was trading at $28 a share. Today, it's $415 a share. And that's after about a $140 a share drop. The only thing the Affordable Care Act did is make a bunch of health insurance executives rich. They're not paying their claims today. And one thing we could do, and I wish we would do, is to give the state insurance commissioners the authority to step in and make them pay their claims. I can tell you, my local hospital has about $15 million outstanding with United Health Group. Small hospital, $15 million. Big company, small hospital. I don't know if my hospital will ever get paid. But that's not what this one's about, Mr. Speaker. This week, the House can advance 4 pieces of legislation under this rule. It's about the National Defense Authorization Act, H.R. 8800 for fiscal year 2027. It authorizes a historic $1.15 trillion to rebuild the American defense industrial base and arsenal. This act implements a peace through strength agenda and restores lethality to our armed forces by investing in modernization and multi-year procurement for weapon systems production to deter our adversaries. It also makes a significant investment in the quality of life for our service members and retention opportunities. The fiscal year 27 NDAA reforms key programs and saves taxpayer dollars, resulting in a ready, capable, and lethal fighting force. This legislation will deter China and counter Russia, North Korea, Iran, and foreign terrorist organizations while leveraging our alliances across Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Finally, this act strengthens our nuclear deterrence, prioritizes the Golden Dome, and grows our nation's strategic space capabilities. This is bipartisan, must-pass legislation that every one of my colleagues should support. Additionally, H.R. 8595, the National Security Department of State and Related Programs Appropriations Act 2027, delivers on an American First policy agenda. This protects our allies, confronts our adversaries, cuts waste, and puts America's national interest first. It strengthens embassy security, fights fentanyl, defunds radical programs, and ensures every dollar advances American security and prosperity. Further, H.R. 8884, the Removing Barriers to Work for Disabled Americans Act, allows the Social Security Administration to test new approaches on a voluntary basis and without impacting the participants' overall income to ensure Americans with disabilities are not punished for returning to the workforce. Finally, HRES 1383, commemorating the one-year anniversary of the enactment of the Working Families Tax Cuts, highlights the largest tax reform passed by Congress in decades, making permanent the tax cuts passed under the first Trump administration, ensuring a tax cut for over 140 million Americans. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields back.
Yields. Yes. Okay, the question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask
for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman seeks the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by 5-minute votes on adoption of the resolution, if ordered, and adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 108.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 210. Previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no, or those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 198, the nays are 224. The resolution is not adopted. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Speaker, I have a resolution, a motion at the desk.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Scalise of Louisiana moves to reconsider the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1398.
The question is on the motion to reconsider. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote and a hearing aid for you.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote on adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 108, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 108, concurrent resolution directing the President, pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution, to remove United States Armed Forces from hostilities in Lebanon.
The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 189, the nays are 235. The concurrent resolution is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remove my name from a bill. Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 2555.
The request is granted.
Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to call of the chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noted.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1399. Whereas transparency is essential for accountability in government, whereas sexual harassment and unwelcome sexual advances by members, delegates, or resident commissioners in violation of Clause 9 and Clause 18 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House affect the safety, dignity, and integrity of the proceedings of the House of Representatives. Now therefore be it resolved. 1. That with respect to reviews, investigations, or matters which the Committee on Ethics or the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights have reviewed, conducted, or facilitated, the Committee on Ethics and the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights shall not later than 60 days after the adoption of this resolution make publicly available a single consolidated list that sets forth separately for each member, delegate, or resident commissioner, the name of each member, delegate, or resident commissioner who was the subject of any review or investigation involving a violation of Clause 9 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House of Representatives as it pertains to acts of sexual harassment, or Clause 18 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, or any case involving sexual harassment or sexual abuse if it resulted in a payment of taxpayer funds, and I. Adjacent to each such name, the total amount of taxpayer funds included in all settlements, payments, reimbursements, awards, or other financial considerations paid in connection with such matters. B. The aggregate total amount of taxpayer funds included in all settlements, payments, reimbursements, awards, or other financial considerations paid in connection with such reviews, investigations, or matters involving members, delegates, or resident commissioners that did not, in any portion of the settlement, involve sexual harassment, sexual abuse, or sexual misconduct. C. The aggregate total amount of taxpayer funds included in all settlements, payments, reimbursements, awards, or other financial considerations paid in connection with such reviews, investigations, or matters involving in part or full sexual harassment, sexual abuse, or sexual misconduct by employees of the House of Representatives, and D. The aggregate total amount of taxpayer funds included in all settlements, payments, reimbursements, awards, or other financial considerations paid in connection with such reviews, investigations, or matters involving conduct by employees of the House of Representatives that did not, in any portion of the settlement, involve sexual harassment, sexual abuse, or sexual misconduct. That for purposes of this resolution, any such settlement, payment, reimbursement, award, or other financial consideration shall be treated as involving sexual harassment, sexual abuse, or sexual misconduct if sexual harassment, sexual abuse, or sexual misconduct was any component of the matter, regardless of whether the matter also involved was classified as or was resolved under another claim, violation, or category.
The resolution qualifies. Pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 9, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. In a representative democracy, as we have here, a republic, if you will, transparency is essential to the operation of government, particularly transparency in the official behavior of the members of this body, as well as the officers and employees of this body. In 1995, due to the Congressional Accountability Act, which, by the way, was a good bill, we always say that Congress should be subject to the same laws as the rest of the country. Well, that's what the 1995 Congressional Accountability Act was about, saying that you can't discriminate or harass your employees just because you're a member of Congress or an office of the House of Representatives. And so in that sense, it was good, but it also set up a fund from which payments could be made to settle claims. Presumably, this is in the best interests of the victims of those claims. But this program went on for many years with a lot of opaqueness. And there wasn't much clarity in terms of what kind of claims were being paid out. Were they being paid out to settle claims against staff? Were they being paid out to settle claims against members? And so occasionally there would be reports from the offices that were responsible for administrating the law, but there just wasn't enough information in there. And that's part of what my privilege resolution here today is about, getting more transparency into what happened in the first 20 years of this program. But in 2018, Congress sought to revise the transparency of this program and also to impose more accountability. But I have a concern that the 2018 bill may not have been carefully drafted and may have left some loopholes that are now open. Because even though we get an annual report now that has reports which offices in the House have paid out settlements and whether those settlements impose a requirement on the member in that office to pay back that taxpayer money, what I have discovered is that there have been no reports that have reported that any member of Congress has settled a claim against a staffer for which the member of Congress is responsible for paying back that claim. So when I dig into the results and also the language of the 2018 amendment to the Congressional Accountability Act, I see that covered payments refer to Chapter A of Title II, but when you look at the code, 2 U.S.C. 1415, harassment is qualified to two other sections of code, referring to race, gender, age, discrimination against veterans, for instance. It's unclear to me if it covers physical or sexual harassment or other forms of sexual misconduct that may be settled through ethics investigations and then through the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights. So I believe it is necessary to have this report that my resolution requests. I believe it's important to the House of Representatives to have transparency so that people know there wasn't a mistake in the 2018 law, or maybe there was an intentional omission in the 2018 law where several claims could escape the new requirement in 2018 that congressmen pay back the certain settlements and that these certain settlements be reported. So with that, this shouldn't require a long debate. It shouldn't require a lot of explanation for a resolution that's only 2 pages. I would urge my colleagues to vote for this in the interest of transparency and openness. We need to know what's been going on here in the House of Representatives in order to convince the people and assure the people that we are conducting the people's business with the utmost integrity and treating the officers and employees of this institution with the respect that they deserve. And with that, I urge adoption of this resolution, and I yield back.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to call of the chair.
House be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Resolution 1399, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1399, resolution directing the Committee on Ethics to preserve and publicly release records relating to monetary settlements involving acts of sexual harassment.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 420, the nays are 0, with 1 voting present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 30th, 2026. I hereby designate the period from Tuesday, June 30th, 2026 through Sunday, July 12th, 2026 as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Purpose, does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute, but will suspend for a moment. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the 3 fallen fighter fighters who tragically died this past weekend while fighting fires in Utah. Emily Barker, Nick Hutcherson, and Sidney Watson died during an interagency response to the Knowles and Gore fire, which are among several fires burning in our state right now. I'm praying for their families and those close to the impacted areas. Their sacrifice will not be forgotten. I'm grateful to the many first responders working tirelessly to protect us, brave men and women from across the state on the front lines fighting for our communities, and we can never adequately thank them for their service. In Utah and across the country, we are seeing devastating wildfires tear through forests and homes. Nearly 2,000 personnel are actively fighting these fires spanning over 250,000 acres. Too many deadly wildfires are due to unpreparedness and mismanagement of forests. And I was an original co-sponsor of the Fix Our Forests Act and was proud that it was one of the first bills that we passed in the House this Congress. The Fix Our Forests Act will increase coordination so wildfire agencies can better prepare for fire season and prevent these catastrophic wildfires. It's time that the Senate finish the job and send this bill to the President's desk. As this weekend has shown, Utah cannot wait any longer. I'm also working on new legislation to better prevent, detect, and mitigate wildfires. We need better coordination and more support for those putting their lives on the line to protect us. And this legislation is a step in the right direction. What's happening across my state is devastating, and I pray that the fires will soon be contained for the safety of our first responders. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Orange County Commissioner James Etta Bedford, a devoted public servant whose leadership and compassion left an enduring mark on the community she loved. For more than 2 decades, Commissioner Bedford served Orange County with integrity and purpose. She believed people deserved better, and she worked tirelessly to strengthen public education, expand opportunity, and ensure every family had a voice in local government. She was a steadfast advocate for people with autism and developmental disabilities, helping families navigate complex systems and secure the support that they needed. I will remember James Etta as a trusted colleague and dear friend who led with kindness and never lost sight of the people she served. I offer my heartfelt condolences to her family, her loved ones, and the entire Orange County community. She will be deeply missed, but her example of selfless service will not be forgotten. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
My remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the United States of America's 250th anniversary. There's nothing that exemplifies freedom more than the stars and stripes of the American flag. Have you noticed that businesses, restaurants, and even homes in your neighborhood may not have or may have a flagpole with no United States flag flying on it? This 4th of July, let's change that. If there's a restaurant, business, or home in your area with a bare flagpole, encourage them to return Old Glory to its rightful place. And if you don't have a United States flag proudly displayed, this 4th of July is the perfect time for a family project to install one. Let's fly the American flag as we celebrate 250 years of freedom this 4th of July. May God bless the United States of America.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week marked 4 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and ripped away the constitutional right women had relied on for nearly 50 years. In Texas, Republican politicians rushed to impose some of the most extreme abortion bans in the entire country. They promised that these laws would protect life. They told us that there would be no consequences. But now the consequences are here, and it's women that are paying for them with their lives. Since Dobbs and Texas's total abortion ban, infant deaths in Texas jumped from 1,985 to 2,240 in a single year. That's a 255 death increase. It should pain each of us that here in this country, a woman can walk into a hospital with a medical emergency, and doctors will have to stop and ask whether politicians will put them in prison if they save her life. If those pushing these abortion bans truly cared about life, they'd be fighting for affordable child care, for paid family leave, for better maternal health care. On this anniversary, I hope that we all stay committed to fighting so that every single woman in this country can get their freedom and their right to an abortion back in this country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Very few people get to celebrate their 100th birthday. Even fewer can look back on those years knowing they helped defend the freedoms that continue to make this country an incredible place to call home. Earlier this month, my constituent Frank Horn turned 100 years old. Today, we celebrate not only his 100th birthday, but a century marked by sacrifice, bravery, service, and devotion to his country and community. Born in South Carolina in 1926, Frank later made Charlotte, North Carolina his lifelong home. He joined the United States Navy in May of 1945 as World War II was drawing to a close and began training to serve in naval aviation, answering the call with deep patriotism and love for his country. After his service, Frank attended UNC Chapel Hill and built a long career in manufacturing while continuing to serve his church, family, and community, becoming a husband, father, grandfather, and a friend to many. As America approaches its 250th birthday, Mr. Speaker, Frank's story is a powerful reminder of his character, service, and patriotism that has carried this nation from one generation to the next. Frank, we're proud to celebrate your 100th birthday and thank you for your incredible service to our nation. May God bless you, your family, and the United States of America. And with that, I yield back.
Yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary young woman from Yuma, Arizona, Kofa High School senior Sabrina Anaya. Sabrina distinguished herself both in the classroom and on the field, earning the title of Kofa High School valedictorian while being named Yuma's Female Athlete of the Year. A remarkable three-sport athlete, Sabrina excelled in cross country, soccer, and track and field. She was named the Yuma Sun Girls Cross Country Runner of the Year, earned Defensive Player of the Year in honors in soccer, and dominated distance events on track, winning the 800 meter, 1600 meter, and 3200 meter races. But what makes Sabrina's accomplishments so impressive is not just her athletic talent or academic excellence, it is her dedication, discipline, and determination to succeed in every area. She has shown what is possible through hard work, perseverance, and a commitment to excellence. Sabrina represents the very best of Yuma in Arizona. I congratulate her on this well-deserved recognition and wish her continued success at Arizona State University and in her studies in electrical engineering. Sabrina, felicidades. Congratulations. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the one-year anniversary of the tragic murder of my intern, Eric Tarpinian Jackham. His family endured a devastating loss that no family should ever have to go through. Last summer, Eric was horrifically murdered in the nation's capital while he was shot when walking on the street. He was only 21 years old. My staff and I feel the loss of Eric every day. We remember the time we spent with him at the congressional baseball game last year when he remarked that he loved working on Capitol Hill. We remember when he sat in our front office and was always happy to greet visitors with a smile. We remember how he helped with the daily press briefings every single moment. Also, we mostly remember his dedication to serving others, which is why he came to Washington to intern in a congressional office. We will never forget Eric for the rest of our lives, and we will never forget the evil that took him from the world. The hearts of his family, his friends, my staff, my wife Susan, and I are still impacted by the loss of a bright young man whose life was tragically cut short by senseless violence. But Eric did not die in vain. Eric's murder was catalyst for criminal reform in Washington, D.C. Because of his death, President Trump brought in the National Guard to protect other innocent people like him, the millions of Americans who come to D.C. because of their love of country and public service. We can say that because of Eric, many people's lives were saved from the violence he fell victim to. Through this tragedy, we find comfort in knowing that Eric is now in the hands of Jesus Christ, our loving Savior. I pray God will continue to provide strength and peace with Eric's family and everyone who knew him on this sad anniversary. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to observe a moment of silence to remember Eric Tarpinian Jackham. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a sense of overwhelming gratitude and admiration for my longtime district director, Ms. Anita Taylor, as she celebrates her retirement. For more than 2 decades, from my days as a member of the New York City Council to my tenure in the House of Representatives, Anita has stood by my side, devoted to the cause of selflessly serving the people of the 9th District of New York, the beloved community that we call home. As my district director, she has never failed to rise on behalf of those who need her aid or just her listening ear and wise counsel. Truly, Anita is a woman so dear to my heart, so essential to my team, and so beloved by the good people of Brooklyn. While I'm overjoyed to see her embrace her next chapter and all the beauty, peace, and rejuvenation it has to offer, I cannot help but feel a sense of melancholy on having to enter into this new chapter in my own career without her by my side. Thankfully, I know she's only a phone call away. From the bottom of my heart, and on behalf of Team Clark and the people of New York's 9th Congressional District, thank you, Anita. I wish you only the best, because the best is all you have ever delivered, and the best is what you deserve. Congratulations. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my middle son, Barrett Carter, a proud Southeast Georgia native and accomplished PGA head golf professional. Barrett graduated from the University of Georgia before settling in the New Orleans area in 2009, where he has built an impressive career as a PGA Class A professional. He has served at some of the region's premier facilities, including TPC Louisiana and Metairie Country Club, head golf professional at Oak Knoll Country Club in Hammond, and just recently was appointed as head golf professional at Bayou Oaks at City Parks in New Orleans. Most notably, Barrett is passionate about growing the game through instruction and creating welcoming programs for golfers of all ages and abilities. Barrett and his wife, Hallie, live in Metairie with 3 precious daughters, Bennett, Catherine, and Clara, and they are proud to call South Louisiana home. Although Barrett has made Louisiana his home, the 1st District of Georgia is proud to claim him as one of our own. Congratulations, son. Your mother and I are very proud of you and love you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
We gather today to honor with a grateful heart a remarkable woman whose life was not measured merely by the years she lived, but by the lives she lifted. Ms. Khadija Muhammad Farrakhan reminds us that history is often shaped not only by those who stand behind the microphone, but also those who stand faithfully beside it. She was a devoted mother who nurtured character before success, a gracious teacher whose lessons were written as much by example as by instruction, and a faithful servant whose deepest desire was to honor Almighty God through a life of discipline, dignity, and love. She walked beside her husband of 72 years, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, not simply as a spouse, but as a trusted companion, counselor, and partner in purpose. She leaves us a testimony that greatness is not found in prominence alone, but in perseverance, not in position, but in purpose, not in acclaim, but in unwavering faithfulness. May we honor her memory by living the virtues she embodied: faith that never faltered, love that never failed, service that never ceased, and hope that never surrendered. Well done, good and faithful servant. May God grant her eternal peace, comfort her and her beloved family, and continue to let the light of her life shine through generations yet to come. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for one minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Michael A. Caricarte, an American of Cuban descent, decorated Army combat veteran, a proud Christopher Columbus explorer, and one of South Florida's most generous philanthropists. Arriving in Miami from Cuba in 1948, Mr. Caricarte lived the American dream. He proudly served as a colonel in the United States Army and a Green Beret before building one of the leading healthcare and insurance organizations serving Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Caricarte devoted his life to his family and helping others, supporting hospitals, schools, churches, orphanages, and organizations. He mentored young people, assisted students in need, and opened doors for countless others, never seeking recognition. Mr. Caricarte believed that every blessing carried with it a responsibility to serve. He lived that principle every day through humility, leadership, and faith. I extend my deepest condolences to his children, grandchildren, and family. South Florida has lost a true giant, but his legacy of service, generosity, and love for others will endure for generations. May God bless the memory of Mike Caricarte, and may he rest in peace. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, I rise to honor Albuquerque legend Mr. Ernie C. DeBaca and to congratulate him on his retirement. For 9 years, Ernie has served as the president and CEO of the Albuquerque Hispano Chamber of Commerce, one of the largest in the country. But his service began long before then, serving as the chair of the board since 2006. From his work with the International Trade Committee, which helped put Albuquerque's economy on the global map, to helping the Bean Coffee Shop open inside the Chamber's own building. Ernie is the type of leader who gets things done. And most importantly, he does so with kindness, energy, and integrity. Ernie's employees, colleagues, and mentees all say the same thing. He is the definition of a servant leader, and the ripple effect of his work has touched countless lives and small businesses for the better. Ernie, I hope the next chapter brings plenty of time spent in the loving company of your wife, Jerry, and your sons and grandchildren, and if you're lucky, maybe a bit more time to watch the final match of the World Cup. Thank you, Ernie, for your tireless service to New Mexico, and congratulations on your well-earned retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the late former Kendallville mayor and friend, Suzanne Hanshew. Mayor Hanshew serves as an example for all of us to follow for her dedication to her community and her country. Her military career is beyond admirable, as she served 24 years as a U.S. Marine and was inducted into the Indiana Military Veterans Hall of Fame. After retiring from the military, her service to her community did not stop. In 2004, Mayor Hanshew became Kendallville's first woman mayor and worked every day to improve the town of Kendallville for its residents. She had an unstoppable determination to push Kendallville forward and tackled every issue with energy and enthusiasm. Sadly, she passed away this week after losing a battle with cancer at the age of 66. She will truly be missed by all of us, but her legacy of service, kindness, and dedication to others will not be forgotten. My thoughts and prayers go out to her family, Randy, and her community, and we will miss her dearly. May she rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the son of Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a son of North Texas who's an innovator, a leader, and one of the most remarkable citizens that the city knows, and his name is Warren Parada. I didn't meet Warren in a boardroom. He was someone that reached out to my office, like many people do on casework, because he had an uncle who's a Vietnam vet that was having issues with his casework. And his claim is still under review today, as too many veterans are. But here's what really set Warren apart. He really turned his family frustrations into a solution. And his question was not, how do I do this? It was, what if I could make this easier for someone? And that's what Warren has tried to do with his BVR radar tool that helps scan claims and identifies missing information and compares them against Board of Veterans Appeals rulings. Something that could help veterans that are really out there struggling. And for 3 years now, Warren has been battling cancer, and he wrote this code in between rounds of chemotherapy and surgery, really leaning on his faith. And so I want to congratulate Warren for everything that he is doing to help veterans like his uncle as he is fighting terminal cancer that his doctor informed him that he had. Warren, thank you for all of your service to the community. Dallas thanks you for that. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I suppose what I should lead off for is asking for a half a minute or so of silence as we consider what I think is the most damaging Supreme Court decision in my time. But instead of going that way, I would like to address those few people in my district who've come up to me and have been surprisingly anti-Israel. One thing I want to point out, the similarity between Israel and the United States, it's not talked about enough, is we have people from all around the globe trying to get in both countries. I want to point out one way Israel is similar is that they are taking people from Philippines, India, Sri Lanka, Malawi, Ecuador, Kenya, China into their country to work because it's such a wonderful place. And just like Israel is a wonderful place, just like the United States, both of us have to put up with left-wing crazy people attacking us for being racist. So I'd like to thank Israel for taking people from all around the world who know they'd be better off there than in their home country. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the generations of Rhode Islanders who have come together for the longest continuously running 4th of July celebration in Bristol, Rhode Island. Since 1785, when the Reverend Henry Wright, a Revolutionary War veteran and minister of the First Congregational Church, hosted Bristol's first patriotic exercises, Rhode Islanders have gathered to celebrate our values of liberty, community, freedom, and prosperity. For 241 years, Rhode Islanders from all walks of life and visitors from all over the world have come together to walk along the famous red, white, and blue center lines snaking down the middle of the parade route. By the time the town welcomes as many as 200,000 visitors to its community, the town committee, the police department, the fire department, and the 4th of July committee have worked around the clock for months to pull off a safe and spectacular event. So as the crowds and the music swell this weekend, thank you to all who have made this event possible, and happy 4th of July. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the conclusion of Pride Month. Pride is and always has been a protest. From the Stonewall uprisings to the neighborhood parades, Pride is about both standing up for equality and celebrating our authentic selves. When we celebrate Pride, we make a demand. We demand the right to live and to love openly. We demand to be treated equally and fairly under the law. We demand dignity. But first and foremost, we demand equality. This Congress, under Republican control, the House of Representatives has taken more than 20 votes to attack the rights of LGBTQI+ Americans, and particularly the rights of transgender Americans. But even after all those votes, not one major anti-LGBTQI+ piece of legislation has become law. Members of the Congressional Equality Caucus have fought hard to fight back against all these attacks. Thanks to our work, we were able to remove every new anti-LGBTQI+ rider from the government funding bills for fiscal year 2026. House Republicans tried to add dozens of these new riders, and we were able to defeat every one. And we plan to do it again for fiscal year 2027. But the Trump administration's relentlessness has still had countless terrible impacts on our community. Under Donald Trump, transgender Americans' access to health care is under direct attack. The arms of the federal government tasked with enforcing America's rights, like the EEOC, are being sabotaged and forced to target the rights of every Americans to target the rights of the very Americans that they are meant to protect. Transgender service members are being carelessly kicked out of the military without regard for their merits and accomplishments or the military's operational security. Critical funding and research to combat the HIV and AIDS epidemics are being recklessly cut, and so much more. To the LGBTQI+ people watching right now, know that we are still fighting for you. And as chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus, I want to assure the American people, my colleagues and I are fighting back against these attacks at every turn in Congress. We are conducting oversight of Trump administration officials and demanding accountability from those who violate LGBTQI+ Americans' rights. Now, as we close out Pride Month, I stand with our allies across the country in reminding LGBTQI plus people. We are fighting for you, and we will not give up until every person is fully free to be themselves without fear of discrimination, harassment, or violence, and I wish all of you a happy Pride. Now, I'd like to yield to my colleague from the state of Washington and co-chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus, Ms. Emily Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chair Takano. I rise today to celebrate Pride Month, ending today for most of the country, but still ongoing in our great state of Washington, where we just can't get enough. I'm also rising today to honor the resolution that I introduced alongside Representative Green, a longtime champion for LGBTQ equality. LGBTQ people have been dutifully serving in our military for decades. We are your neighbors, we are your elected officials, your teachers, your mentors, and friends. And despite Republicans' unrelenting attempts to erase queer and trans people from our history books, from our public spaces, and from our military, LGBTQ Americans are standing strong in our truth. And that's the beauty of Pride Month and why I'm so proud to introduce this resolution today, to honor the many contributions of LGBTQ Americans to our country, contributions which are outlined in this resolution so that no matter what attacks come in our government websites and in agencies across the executive branch, we will still have the story of so many brave LGBTQ leaders. Who knows when the majority party will be organized enough to move the NDAA through the House, but we know when it does come, it will come with several anti-LGBTQ amendments that have absolutely no business being attached to the overall package. My Republican colleagues talk a lot about protecting our freedoms, and yet spend so much time trying to strip freedoms away from LGBTQ Americans. The freedom to access health care by stripping TRICARE coverage from medically necessary life-saving care for trans peoples, and even taking away mental health coverage for kids. The freedom to serve our country by moving to codify Trump's ban on trans service members. There are thousands of trans people who are willing to die to protect our country, but Trump, Vance, Hegseth, and House Republicans want to ban them from serving. Or even the freedom for kids to participate in sports without being subjected to invasive and traumatizing exams to determine their gender before they can put on a jersey. I'd like to see some of my colleagues experience what a transvaginal ultrasound feels like, but for a kid who is a survivor of sexual assault or trauma, or even one who is not, it is incredibly painful and traumatizing. These actions are all part of a larger pattern we're seeing at the state level, across the country, by this administration, by House and Senate GOP leadership, and even by our activist Supreme Court to attack and villainize LGBTQ Americans. I want to be clear. The NDAA amendments do absolutely nothing to strengthen our military readiness or improve the lives of everyday Americans. Like everyone else, LGBTQ people want to afford childcare and housing and have access to health care and be able to contribute to an economy that works for all of us. And I look forward to a day where members of Congress drop this bizarre and personal vendetta against queer and trans people and get back to working on real issues, to lower costs, to ensure we all have health care and housing and childcare, and to make America the country we know it can be. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Emily Randall. I now want to yield to my colleague from the state of Florida and a vice chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and as we close out Pride Month, I am proud to join my Equality Caucus colleagues this evening in standing up for the LGBTQ+ community and recognizing their invaluable contributions to our nation. My South Florida district is home to one of the most diverse and vibrant LGBTQ+ communities in the entire country. And it is a privilege to fight for them every single day here in Washington and push back against the heinous smear campaign driven by extremist right-wing culture warriors. Unfortunately, Florida is a national staging ground to roll back the rights and dignity of the LGBTQ+ community. From the repulsive Don't Say Gay law to some of the more vicious trans attacks, Florida is ground zero for hate. And it hasn't stopped. Earlier this year, funding for the AIDS Drug Assistance Program, or ADAP, which assists low-income Floridians living with HIV and AIDS to afford their medications and insurance premiums, was slashed. Over 12,000 Floridians braced themselves to be kicked off of this life-saving program. But I proudly led all of my Florida Democratic colleagues in demanding the governor and the Department of Health and Human Services reverse these changes, and many organizations and leaders rallied to restore this vital funding as well. Thankfully, it brought some relief. The federal government established a temporary special enrollment period for Florida ADAP patients to switch health plans. And last month, Florida lawmakers averted these disastrous ADAP cuts in its fiscal year 2027 budget. But let me be clear. This was an entirely preventable crisis created by Governor DeSantis to harm Florida's LGBTQ+ community. It's an utter disgrace, and I will always call it out. I'm proud to be a founding member and vice chair of the Equality Caucus and an original co-sponsor of the Equality Act to expand the Civil Rights Act to ban discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity, because these attacks are relentless. As a senior House appropriator, I'll always lead the charge against hateful anti-LGBTQ+ policies and riders that peddle hate and do nothing to make life more affordable for Americans. And as ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Subcommittee, I was able to end the ban on pride flags from flying at VA facilities. Several weeks ago, Republicans advanced a partisan labor funding bill out of the House Appropriations Committee that decimates domestic HIV and AIDS research and prevention programs across the federal government. It even eliminates funding for the Ending the HIV Epidemic initiative championed by President Trump himself in his first term. This callous indifference shown by my Republican colleagues is astonishing, and that's why we must relentlessly fight the never-ending hate, because it has no place in this country. Thanks to brave freedom fighters, LGBTQ+ rights have come a long way. It was only 11 years ago that the Supreme Court upheld the constitutional right to marriage equality for same-sex couples. Yet now, almost a decade later, insidious and hateful forces try to chip away at this and other landmark gains made by gay, lesbian, and transgender individuals. But we won't let them take us back. Instead, we'll recommit ourselves to building a future in a country that is welcoming, inclusive, and treats everyone, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity, with the respect that they rightfully deserve. Thank you to our chairman, and I yield back to Mr. Takano.
We thank, I do thank the Congresswoman from Florida for her wonderful remarks. I now yield to my colleague from the state of Wisconsin, Congresswoman Gwen Moore.
Thank you so very, very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on the last day of Pride Month as more than an LGBTQI ally. I am an accomplice. I am an enabler because I want to enable people to be cradled by the e pluribus unum, to be embraced by our American values of freedom and liberty and equality. I want to advocate for people to bring their authentic selves to our round table of a more perfect union. And you know, I want people to stand in the glow of our enlightenment after 250 years of this nation being a democracy. You know, despite the sadistic efforts that have been made in this Congress to diminish and limit LGBTQI people, every single appropriation bill riddled with insults and humiliation, none of them have come to fruition. None of them have become law. And why is that? That is because this is America, y'all. It is because we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. It is a standard that we have lived by throughout this constitutional democracy. And let me tell you, after everything we've been through, the flag still stands. And I yield back to you, sir.
Thank you, Congresswoman Gwen Moore. Thank you. Happy Pride to you. I now yield to my colleague from the state of New York, Mr. Paul Tonko.
Thank you, Representative Takano, for yielding and for bringing us together this special order hour. This Pride Month, we are at a pivotal moment, a moment that demands our attention, our outrage, and yes, our action. Across the country, we are witnessing a barrage of dangerous policies, executive actions, hateful legislation, and vile rhetoric, all designed to strip away rights, sow fear, and erase hard-fought progress. This administration and its supporters have continued a calculated and relentless strategy to erase, to stigmatize, and to endanger LGBTQ plus people, especially trans youth. Today, the Supreme Court issued an incredibly disappointing ruling upholding discriminatory anti-transgender sports bans in West Virginia and Idaho. This decision is dehumanizing and has nothing to do with fairness or safety in sports. Trans kids deserve to have access to the same opportunities as their peers. Trans kids deserve to feel like they belong. And when recognition of existence is pulled back, when people cannot love freely, when histories are erased, our country is worse off. Kids trying to live safely and authentically are not a threat. Transgender service members deserve to serve openly. Families seeking care and support are not political pawns. And the providers committed to do no harm are not extremists. I stand with the LGBTQ plus community in my district and across our great nation. I will fight any actions that limit the right, their right, to live safely, freely, and fully as oneself. Pride is more than a celebration. It is a declaration of resilience, and a reminder of the power of community. Pride reminds us that joy itself is an act of resistance. Pride is about visibility. It's about solidarity and, yes, the unapologetic truth that LGBTQ plus people belong everywhere, always. This Pride Month and every day onward, we must recommit to standing against these attacks and ensuring that freedom, justice, and equal opportunity are guaranteed to all people under the law. With that, I thank you and yield back to Representative Takano. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Congressman Tonko. Happy Pride to you.
Thank you.
I now want to recognize my colleague from the state of New Mexico, the land of enchantment, Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy Pride, everyone. Today we rise to celebrate Pride Month and the LGBTQ plus communities all across New Mexico and the country. To every member of the LGBTQ plus community, you are seen, you are loved, and you make this world brighter. And we celebrate you not just in June, but all year round because Pride is every day. Now, we know it is difficult times, from the relentless attacks on the LGBTQ plus and especially trans communities, from the Trump administration's attacks on our military, veterans, and history itself, to the GOP's relentless and callous attacks on this floor, to the Supreme Court's undermining of the basic civil rights of the LGBTQ plus community. Our communities are living in fear, uncertain of what comes next. And many have seen this story before. Parents who are scared for their children, elders who lived through the AIDS epidemic, and so many who grew up in places and spaces where their lives were criminalized, where they lived in danger, and where they could not live as their full and authentic selves. In fact, we almost lost an entire generation because of anti-LGBTQ plus policies in the 1980s, and we want to be clear that we are not going back. We are here to stand with the community and fight for you every single day, whether that's at the local, the national, or the state level. And we want you to know that in the Equality Caucus, we've got your back, and we want you to be able to continue to live your life out loud as your authentic selves. We're going to continue to push for legislation to protect you regardless of where you live. We're going to continue to fight to pass the Equality Act, and we know that this is a matter of life or death for so many out there. But we also know that we cannot do it alone. What we need is for all of you to continue to show up, to speak out, and to live your lives unapologetically. Continue to celebrate, continue to live openly, love openly, build community, and imagine that future. Because creating queer spaces and queer joy is an act of resistance. And you just being here on this planet and being your bad self is also an act of resistance. So please, continue to show up. Know that your life, your existence matters, your light matters, and your fight matters. So we are here to celebrate you and to wish you happy Pride. I yield back.
Well, thank you, Congresswoman Stansbury, and happy Pride to you and the people of Mexico. I now yield to my colleague from the state of Missouri, the Show Me State, and I yield to my good friend, Mr. Congressman Wesley Bell.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with the LGBTQ community as we close out a truly special month of celebration and joy. This past weekend, I had an amazing time walking in the St. Louis Pride Parade. It was hot outside, but the energy and the feeling of community was palpable. And to me, that is what this administration fails to see, a community rooted in love, understanding, and acceptance. And instead of supporting our fellow LGBTQ Americans, this administration has chosen to turn them into targets of hate, targets of bigotry, targets of cruel and deliberate policies to erase them and their history. But I have a promise for my LGBTQ friends and family. We will always stand with you. We will always stand for you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Bell, and happy Pride to you and the people of Missouri. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank a group of people who have been on the front lines of the fight for LGBTQI+ equality. The litigators who are challenging this administration's anti-LGBTQI+ policies and more broadly fighting to protect our rights, the rights of all Americans. Over the past year and a half, these litigators have filed dozens of lawsuits to both protect LGBTQI+ rights and block the Trump administration's anti-equality efforts. When President Trump reinstituted the trans military ban, litigators jumped into action and fought for our nation's transgender service members. When the Department of Health and Human Services wiped critical public health data from federal websites for simply mentioning LGBTQI+ people, a lawsuit forced the department to restore these web pages. As the administration has targeted trans people's access to medically necessary care, litigators have filed lawsuit after lawsuit responding to each attack. Litigators are standing up for our community from local district courts to the Supreme Court. Pride is a protest, and there are few forms of protest that are more powerful or with more direct impact than challenging discriminatory policies in court. Many of these organizations leading these efforts are operating with less resources than the last Trump administration, yet dealing with an even higher volume of attacks. Behind every complaint filed and every win are teams of litigators and support staff working countless hours to defend our rights. And I must say, when I say our rights, I mean our rights as Americans, because LGBTQI+ rights are American rights. And as I stand before this body, I want to extend my gratitude and the gratitude of the entire Congressional Equality Caucus to the teams of litigators who are fighting so hard to defend our community in courts across this nation, and to all of you, all of those litigators and their support staffs, I say to you on this final day of Pride Month, Happy Pride. Thank you for your great work. And now I want to yield time to my friend and colleague from the great state of Arizona, Adelita Grijalva.
Thank you to my friend, Congressman Takano, for hosting this Pride Month Special Order Hour. For generations, LGBTQ+ people have been at the forefront of a fight for a more just, inclusive future. This month, we honor the resilience, courage, and determination of a community that has never stopped organizing, speaking out, and demanding equality. As a proud ally and a mom, I know that the fight for LGBTQ+ rights is connected to so many of the challenges we face today, from reproductive freedom to healthcare access to housing, education, and the right to live openly and authentically. Pride reminds us that progress doesn't come from the top down. It isn't handed to us by billionaires or corporations. It is won when ordinary people come together, build coalitions together, and refuse to accept injustice. And that work is not over. Just this morning, on the last day of Pride, the Supreme Court ruled to allow states to ban trans kids from playing in school sports. Really? I think they're worried about the wrong 1% in this country. To the queer youth and trans kids and their families across the nation, I know these are scary times, but you are not alone. As Republicans continue to scapegoat queer people, especially transgender youth and their families, we must meet this moment with courage. We've got to organize, speak truth to power, and keep building a movement rooted in justice and equity. Let us never forget that pride is a protest, but it is also our power. And together, we will keep fighting for a future where everyone can live with dignity and freedom. Happy Pride. I yield back to Representative Takano.
Thank you, Representative Adelita Grijalva, and happy Pride to you and all the people of your great state of Arizona. Now, Mr. Speaker, I rise to send a message directly to the transgender community in America. And here's what I have to say. You are not alone. I know it is easy to feel like there's no one left in Washington willing to stand up for you, but that is not true. Every day, my colleagues and I in the Congressional Equality Caucus, which is over 190 strong, we are fighting for you. I know it is hard right now, but you are not alone. Even with all the anti-trans attacks coming from this chamber, my colleagues in the Equality Caucus and I have been successful in blocking the worst of the worst from becoming law. We successfully blocked every anti-transgender rider in the fiscal year 2026 government funding bills from becoming law. Not a single bill exclusively focused on attacking our rights has made it to the President's desk in this Congress. We're still fighting for a brighter tomorrow, and I hope you are too. And with that, let me just say, it has been my profound honor to celebrate the LGBTQI+ community and honor the conclusion of Pride Month with my colleagues here tonight. Pride began as a protest, as a demand for equal dignity, equal treatment, and equal justice for LGBTQI+ people. As we continue our fight for the rights of LGBTQI+ people here and in the halls of Congress. That spirit is what drives us. To every American watching tonight, I want you to know that we will never give up. We will never stop fighting for equality. And to you all, to every American across this country, from Maine to Hawaii to the territories, I say, happy Pride, happy Pride. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you. In 1852, Frederick Douglass, an abolitionist, orator, and formerly enslaved man, delivered one of America's most famous speeches. What to the slave is the 4th of July? He addressed a nation celebrating freedom while denying it to millions. With moral clarity and urgency, he exposed the stark contradiction between America's founding ideals and the lived reality of Black people, calling out a democracy that had excluded those it claimed to liberate. As our nation celebrates its 250-year anniversary, that tension still resonates. Black Americans continue to confront systemic inequities that have been legislated and codified. Douglas's words endure as both a mirror and a mandate, revealing uncomfortable truths while urging us to fight for an America as good as its promise. Before I begin, I want to recognize and thank Mass Humanities for sustaining this vital tradition through public readings of Douglas's speech across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, ensuring that its message continues to educate, challenge, and to inspire new generations. And now, I invite you to listen and to consider these words, not as distant history, but as a call to action today. What to the slave is the 4th of July? Mr. President, friends, and fellow citizens, the task before me is one which requires much previous thought and study for its proper performance. The papers and placards say that I am to deliver a 4th of July oration. This certainly sounds large and out of the common way, for it is true that I have often had the privilege to speak in this beautiful hall and to address many who now honor me with their presence. The fact is, ladies and gentlemen, the distance between this platform and the slave plantation from which I escaped is considerable, and the difficulties to be overcome in getting from the latter to the former are by no means slight. That I am here today is to me a matter of astonishment as well as of gratitude. This, for the purpose of this celebration, is the 4th of July. It is the birthday of your national independence and of your political freedom. This, to you, is what the Passover was to the emancipated people of God. It carries your minds back to the day and to the act of your great deliverance. This celebration also marks the beginning of another year of your national life and reminds you that the Republic of America is now 76 years old. I am glad, fellow citizens, that your nation is so young. You are even now only in the beginning of your national career, still lingering in the period of childhood. I repeat, I am glad this is so. There is hope in the thought, and hope is much needed under the dark clouds which lower above the horizon. Fellow citizens, the simple story is that 76 years ago, the people of this country were British subjects. The style and title of your sovereign people, in which you now glory, was not then born. You were under the British crown. Your fathers esteemed the English government as the home government, England as the fatherland, although a considerable distance from your home, imposed in the exercise of its parental prerogatives upon its colonial children such restraints, burdens, and limitations as in its mature judgment it deemed wise, right, and proper. But your fathers, who had not adopted the idea of the infallibility of government and the absolute character of its acts, presumed to differ from the home government in respect to the wisdom and the justice of some of those burdens and restraints. They went so far as to pronounce the measures of government unjust, unreasonable, and oppressive, and altogether such as ought not to be quietly submitted to. I scarcely need say, fellow citizens, that my opinion of those measures fully accords with that of your fathers. Feeling themselves harshly and unjustly treated by the home government, your fathers, like men of honesty and men of spirit, earnestly sought redress. They petitioned and remonstrated. They did so in a decorous, respectful, and loyal manner. This, however, did not answer the purpose. They saw themselves treated with sovereign indifference, coldness, and scorn. Oppression makes a wise man mad. Your fathers became restive under this treatment. They felt themselves the victims of grievous wrongs, wholly incurable in their colonial capacity. With brave men, there is always a remedy for oppression. Just here, the idea of a total separation of the colonies from the crown was born. It was a startling idea, much more so than we at the distance of time regard it. The timid and the prudent of that day were, of course, shocked and alarmed by it. Their opposition to the then dangerous thought was earnest and powerful, but amid all their terror and affrighted vociferations against it, the alarming and revolutionary idea moved on, and the country with it. On the 2nd of July, 1776, the old Continental Congress, to the dismay of the lovers of ease and the worshipers of property, clothed that dreadful idea with all the authority of national sanction. They did so in the form of a resolution. We seldom hit upon resolutions drawn up in our day whose transparency is at all equal it. Resolved, that these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British crown. Citizens, your fathers made good that resolution. They succeeded, and today you reap the fruits of their success. The freedom gained is yours, and you therefore may properly celebrate this anniversary. The 4th of July is the first great fact in your nation's history, the very ring bolt in the chain of your yet undeveloped destiny. My business, if I have any here today, is with the present. The accepted time with God and his cause is the ever-living now. We have to do with the past only as we can make it useful to the present and to the future. Now is the time. The important time. Your fathers have lived, died, and have done their work, and have done much of it well. You live and must die, and you must do your work. You have no right to enjoy a child's share in the labor of your fathers unless your children are to be blessed by your labors. You have no right to wear out and waste the hard-earned fame of your fathers to cover your indolence. Fellow citizens, pardon me, allow me to ask, why am I called upon to speak here today? What have I or those I represent to do with your national independence? Are the great principles of political freedom and of natural justice embodied in that Declaration of Independence extended to us? And am I therefore called upon to bring our humble offering to the national altar and to confess the benefits and express devout gratitude for the blessings resulting from your independence to us? The blessings in which you this day rejoice are not enjoyed in common. The rich inheritance of justice, liberty, prosperity, and independence bequeathed by your fathers is shared by you, not by me. The sunlight that brought life and healing to you has brought stripes and death to me. The 4th of July is yours, not mine. You may rejoice. I must mourn. To drag a man in fetters into the grand illuminated temple of liberty and call upon him to join you in joyous anthems were inhuman mockery and sacrilegious irony. Do you mean, citizens, to mock me by asking me to speak today? Fellow citizens, above your national tumultuous joy, I hear the mournful wail of millions whose chains, heavy and grievous yesterday, are today rendered more intolerable by the jubilee shouts that reach them. My subject, then, fellow citizens, is American slavery. I shall see this day from the slave's point of view. Standing here, identified with the American bondman making his wrongs mine, I do not hesitate to declare with all my soul that the character and conduct of this nation never looked blacker to me than on this 4th of July. Whether we turn to the declarations of the past or to the professions of the present, the conduct of the nation seems equally hideous and revolting. America is false to the past, false to the present, and solemnly binds herself to be false to the future. Standing with God and the crushed and bleeding slave on this occasion, I will, in the name of humanity, which is outraged, in the name of liberty, which is fettered, in the name of the Constitution and the Bible, which are disregarded and trampled upon, dare to call in question and to denounce with all the emphasis I can command everything that serves to perpetuate slavery, the great sin and shame of America. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will use the severest language I can command, and yet not one word shall escape me that any man whose judgment is not blinded by prejudice or who is not at heart a slaveholder shall not confess to be right and just. I fancy I hear one of my audience say it is just in this circumstance that you and your brother abolitionists fail to make a favorable impression on the public mind. Would you argue more and denounce less? Would you persuade more and rebuke less? Your cause would be much more likely to succeed. But I submit, where all is plain, there is nothing to be argued. What point in the anti-slavery creed would you have me argue? Must I undertake to prove that the slave is a man? The slaveholders themselves acknowledge it in the enactment of laws for their government. They acknowledge it when they punish disobedience on the part of the slave. There are 72 crimes in the state of Virginia which, if committed by any black man, subject him to the punishment of death, while only 2 of the same crimes will subject a white man to the like punishment. What is this but the acknowledgement that the slave is a moral, intellectual, and responsible being? Southern statute books are covered with enactments forbidding, under severe fines and penalties, the teaching of the slave to read or to write. When you can point to any such laws in reference to the beasts of the field, then I may consent to argue the manhood of the slave. When the dogs in your streets, when the fowls of the air, when the cattle on your hills, when the fish of the sea and the reptiles that crawl shall be unable to distinguish the slave from a brute, then will I argue with you that the slave is a man. For the present, it is enough to affirm the equal manhood of the Negro race. It is not astonishing that while we are plowing, planting, and reaping, using all kinds of mechanical tools, erecting houses, constructing bridges, building ships, working in metals of brass, iron, copper, silver, and gold, that while we are reading, writing, and ciphering, acting as clerks, merchants, and secretaries, having among us lawyers, doctors, ministers, poets, authors, editors, orators, and teachers, that while we are engaged in all manner of enterprises common to other men, digging gold in California, capturing the whale in the Pacific, feeding sheep and cattle on the hillside, living, moving, acting, thinking, planning, living in families as husbands, wives, and children, and above all, confessing and worshiping the Christian's God, and looking hopefully for life and immortality beyond the grave, we are called upon to prove that we are men. Would you have me argue that man is entitled to liberty? That he is the rightful owner of his own body? You have already declared it. And must I argue the wrongfulness of slavery? Is it to be settled by the rules of logic and argumentation as a matter beset with great difficulty, involving a doubtful application of the principle of justice, hard to be understood? How should I look today in the presence of Americans, to show that men have a natural right to freedom? To do so would be to make myself ridiculous and to offer an insult to your understanding. There is not a man beneath the canopy of heaven that does not know that slavery is wrong for him. What am I to argue that it is wrong to make men brutes, to rob them of their liberty, to work them without wages, to keep them ignorant of their relations to their fellow men, to beat them with sticks, to flay their flesh with the lash, to load their limbs with irons, to hunt them with dogs, to sell them at auction, to sunder their families, to knock out their teeth, to burn their flesh, to starve them into obedience and submission to their masters? Must I argue that a system thus marked with blood and stained with pollution is wrong? No, I will not. I have better employments for my time and strength than such arguments would imply. What then remains to be argued? Is it that slavery is not divine? That God did not establish it? That our doctors of divinity are mistaken? There's blasphemy in the thought. That which is inhuman cannot be divine. Who can reason on such a proposition? I cannot. The time for such an argument is past. At a time like this, scorching irony, not convincing argument, is needed. Oh, had I the ability and I could reach the nation's ear, I would today pour out a fiery stream of biting ridicule, blasting reproach, withering sarcasm, and stern rebuke. For it is not light that is needed, but fire. It is not the gentle shower, but thunder. We need the storm, the whirlwind, and the earthquake. The feeling of the nation must be quickened. The conscience of the nation must be roused. The propriety of the nation must be startled. The hypocrisy of the nation must be exposed. And its crimes against God and man must be proclaimed and denounced. What to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days in the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham. Your boasted liberty and unholy license, your national greatness swelling vanity. Your sounds of rejoicing are empty and heartless. Your denunciations of tyrants, brass-fronted impotence, your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings, with all your religious parade and solemnity, are to him mere bombast, fraud, deception, impiety and hypocrisy, a thin veil to cover up crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. There is not a nation on the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of the United States at this very hour. Go where you may, search where you will, roam through all the monarchies and despotisms of the old world, search out every abuse, and when you have found the last, lay your facts by the side of the everyday practices of this nation, and you will say with me that for revolting barbarity and shameless hypocrisy, America reigns without a rival. You declare before the world and are understood by the world to declare that you hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And yet, you hold securely in a bondage which, according to your own Thomas Jefferson, is worse than ages of that which your fathers rose in rebellion to oppose. A 7th part of the inhabitants of your country. Fellow citizens, I will not enlarge further on your national inconsistencies. The existence of slavery in this country brands your republicanism as a sham. Your humanity as a base pretense, and your Christianity as a lie. It destroys your moral power abroad. It corrupts your politicians at home. It saps the foundation of religion. It makes your name a hissing and byword to a mocking earth. Be warned. A horrible reptile is coiled up in your nation's bosom. The venomous creature is nursing at the tender breast of your youthful republic. For the love of God, tear away and fling from you at this hideous monster, and let the weight of 20 millions crush and destroy it forever. Allow me to say in conclusion, notwithstanding the dark picture I have this day presented of the state of the nation, I do not despair of this country. There are forces in operation which must inevitably work the downfall of slavery. I, therefore, leave off where I began, with hope, while drawing encouragement from the Declaration of Independence, the great principles it contains, and the genius of American institutions. My spirit is cheered by the obvious tendencies of the age. Nations do not now stand in the same relation to each other that they did ages ago. No nation can now shut itself up from the surrounding world and trot round in the same old path of its fathers without interference. The time was when such could be done, but a change has now come over the affairs of mankind. Walled cities and empires have become unfashionable. The arm of commerce has borne away the gates of the strong city. Intelligence is penetrating the darkest corners of the globe. Wind, steam, and lightning are its chartered agents. Oceans no longer divide, but link nations together. From Boston to London is now a holiday excursion. Space is comparatively annihilated. Thoughts expressed on one side of the Atlantic are distinctly heard on the other. In the fervent aspirations of William Lloyd Garrison, I say, and let every heart join in saying it, all God speed the day when human blood shall cease to flow, and every clime be understood, the claims of human brotherhood, and each return for evil good, not blow for blow. That day will come, all feuds to end, and change into a faithful friend, each foe.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is going to be another presentation of basically budget, debt, my frustration with this place, my frustration with telling the truth. Look, we're a remarkable country. No matter what you hear often from our brothers and sisters, particularly from the left, a quarter millennia of a remarkable experiment. We have brought more freedom to the world, more prosperity to the world, more ingenuity to the world, more health to the world. And I think sometimes our dourness, our, if that's a word, our frustration, and heaven knows I'm a sinner on this. I'm terrified of our unwillingness to tell the truth about basic math. So we're going to walk behind these mics over and over and over and over and desperately try to find whatever the dopamine hit is of the day. And yet we'll borrow another $6-7 billion today. Last week when I did this, I had my little boy who had just turned 4 years old that day running behind us. It was so much fun. And yet the comments we received from the folks who are unique enough to watch something like this commented on the little boy, not necessarily the math. And I was trying to make the point at one moment saying, here's my 4-year-old we've adopted. It's the greatest gift God has ever given someone. And he's healthy. We were terrified he would never be healthy. He was born with rather severe drugs. That little boy, this government has made a decision. We will need 104% of his lifetime earnings just to pay the federal government pensions, to cover Social Security, Medicare, military retirement, our retirement. 104% of the generation of young people today. We are so upside down mathematically. I also tried, and I'm going to do it again because apparently I didn't do it very well. We passed a housing bill. I voted no because there were too many gimmicks and it made government too big. Fine. Personal opinion, I actually have a background in housing economics. But
not once did someone come behind these microphones and say, one of the primary problems in affordability of you being able to purchase a home is the fact that if we had a normal debt load, you'd be paying 5.5% on today's 30-year loan. Instead, you're paying 6.5%. Why? Because the United States is going to borrow probably $2.3 trillion this year. We're crowding you out. We're raising the price of money. I've given presentation after presentation saying if we keep this up for much longer, the bond market is going to run this country. We will exist in a fear of the weekly, monthly debt auctions. So we actually brought some data just trying to show the difference between 2011 and right now, the interest rate movement. This is interest rates. You're paying a point higher because of the scale of U.S. sovereign debt borrowing. That when you buy that 30-year mortgage on an average priced home, and I think we used an average priced home in Arizona, not here in D.C., you're going to pay about $2,500 more. And over the life of that loan, $76,000 more. And that's just the cost of money because we, as a government, borrowed so much. We are responsible for that higher expense in your interest rates. Except for the problem here is the hallways here are full of armies of people coming into our offices demanding more money. So what happens when, Mr. Speaker, you and I go home? We tell the truth. Now, we make people angry because I'm starting to worry, do you want us to lie to you? Is that actually what you're asking for? Do you want us to tell you things that set off a good dopamine hit, that make you feel this, but don't tell you the truth about the demographics, debt, and deficits? Because at that point, it's not a conversation of what else we can give you. It's going to be a conversation of how we're going to fix it. But the data is actually pretty darn clear. Our borrowing raises your car loan, raises the cost of you financing your small business, and heaven knows it's going to cost you on an average home in Tempe, Phoenix, not Scottsdale, about $76,000 more in interest. That is a knockoff effect. So let's actually start, and I'm going to produce a whole bunch of boards here. And my rule used to be, I'm going to give you the problem, and then I'm going to give you a series of solutions. I'm tired of coming here with solutions and then realizing there's no chance in hell I can even get co-sponsors because it would mean telling the truth. When I've come here and shown the MedPAC reports, and there's $1 trillion, $2 trillion of misalignment, because some of it's legal on the edge. We introduced a bill, preliminary score was $1.84 trillion of savings over 10 years, just to fix some of the things in Medicare Advantage that wouldn't cut a single service. And I got told this morning in conference, David, you don't understand. It has the word Medicare. We're not allowed to talk about that in an election year, but we'll fix it next year. I've been here 16 years and it's always next year. So let's take a look at this chart. And I often start with this one because so few people understand. You see the blue area? That's all you as a member of Congress get to vote on. Unless it's a reconciliation budget, except we now use reconciliation budgets to pass things, not save money. And here's your math problem. As of today, just this little net interest sliver for this fiscal year will be 20% of all tax receipts. So when you pay $1, 20 cents of that is just covering interest. I'm going to show you some charts here that in 9 years, how big that math actually gets. But understand, your government is functionally an insurance company with an army. I love that line. Think about it, it'll make sense. Non-defense and defense, that's all we vote on. And we're about to make this much bigger. People go to war with us when we're trying to cut down non-defense. And look, a moment of truth. Let's have some fun here. Doge identified, what, a $250 billion in potential savings modeling. What has made it through the legislative process is about $7 billion. Basically, what we will borrow today. And to help folks who aren't really good at math with lots of zeros, your government, we borrow about $1 million every 13 seconds or so. 13 and a half seconds, we borrow $1 million. And then $1 million. So often we'll have debates here, this saves $3 million. And you try to explain, you barely covered 30 some seconds of borrowing. We're now borrowing about 90, if you do just this fiscal year so far, so just this fiscal year, about $73,000 a second. If you do the last 12 months, now understand there's a blip in there because we had the extraordinary measures where we didn't have a debt ceiling, we had to refund it. But if you do the last 12 months, we're borrowing about $98,000 a second. But I know everyone's going to talk about that, right? So, all right, let's get to let's do some speed dating on math. Do you see this chart? This is basically to make a point. We are in the OECD, basically the Organization of Developed Economies. Do you notice the red one down here? If you add up everything, we're borrowing 7.9% of our entire economy. We are the worst in the entire industrialized world. And you actually start to take a look, when you start seeing countries like Greece and those much healthier than we are. Do you realize today Greece can sell a 10-year bond substantially cheaper than the United States? Of course, we're going to work on that and talk about it next year. So let's actually walk through some what's going on. And remember, and I'm going to try to make this point a couple times through the presentation and some of the last slides, the primary driver of the debt is not a tax cut over here, it's our demographics. Next year, the data looks like we're going to have fewer under 18 than we had 20 years ago and double the number of 65 and up. But are we allowed to actually say that? It's not personal. It's not actually even Democrat or Republican. It's just math. Look, I'm blessed to hold the chairmanship of the Joint Economic Committee. So I have a handful of guys who all have PhDs, and we geek out on this, and we're trying to find ways, and they're terrified with me. I've done presentation after presentation here of my chairmanship from Ways and Means over oversight, where the fraud we found in so many programs. Can I get a piece of legislation? Can we actually have an honest discussion of fixing it? Well, we'd have to take on the lobbyists. We'd actually have to tell the truth. We'd actually have to redesign the programs. We'd actually have to have an honest conversation of some of the fraud we found in things like Medicaid and Medicare. And even then, understand, we've worked on this over and over and over. It's still 7 to 12% of the spending we can figure out is missed payments, fraud, and the majority of it isn't some international syndicate coming and stealing money from us. It's things we, as members of Congress, have allowed to happen. Because when we find it, we don't go back and fix the law, because that would be hard, because we'll have to take on advertising. They'll say mean things about us. So, all right. Raising spending, not falling revenues, have driven long-term deficits. Here's a point. Revenues. Go back to 2015. all the way through what we've modeled. You'll notice it's consistent. It's basically the long-term projection sits about 18.8% of the entire economy we're collecting. Back down here was slightly below, it's 17.8, 17.9. It's not tax cuts, it's demographics, and here's the problem. Our spending, when we get 30 years from now, almost 28% of the entire economy. But I need to make a point. When you actually look at some of these charts, you're going to actually see, and I'm bouncing around, if we do current policy. Let me explain for those who are not budget geeks. Here's the law. In our laws, we have taxes are going to go back up in 4 years. Oh, that program is going to get cut in 4 years. We used to have this thing called pay-go, pay as you go, except in the law, there was this scam. It says, well, if it goes beyond 5 years, we have to find offsets to pay for it. But if you write the law that it ends in 5 years, even though they never end in 5 years because we'll always extend it, then you don't have to score it. You don't have to score it as more long-term debt. We lie in our budget documents. Here's the current law. So last summer, we had a whole fight. 1 year ago, we had a fight about this. Do you use current law or current policy? Even though this current law had all these things ending. So we couldn't win that. So we used current policy, which actually gave it extending of the current spending. Now when you start to take a look, you start realizing revenues basically stay the same, but now you're borrowing about spending 32% of the entire economy. And then you take another look at it, budget deficits under current policy will exceed 14% of the entire GDP. So that's in 30 years. How many of you plan to be around in 30 years? If you plan to be around in 30 years, think about this. Treasury tomorrow wants to sell a 30-year bond. There's still a remarkably liquid market buying our bonds. When will the folks buying that 30-year bond start to realize, I got a problem? 30 years from now, if we stay with the current both law and our policy baseline, you have about 14% of the country's GDP just in borrowing, not spending, not in building things, just paying interest. So, all right, let's get back on track here. This is one of the things I've railed about over and over and over and over because I get frustrated with it. CBO keeps having to readjust its baseline. Why does it have to readjust its baseline? Okay, things happen. COVID happens, a war happens, 2008 happens, and Congress happens. But understand, if you and I take a look at what were our projections, we functionally have added about just each year, and I think this all add up to 1.39 trillion in additional spending in the baseline. It's geeky, but what it means is when CBO puts out a report, it is of what they have, but they're constantly having to update it because things happen in the economy, interest rates go up, and we spend money and don't pay for it. So, let's actually walk through another famous chart. Ever since the pandemic legislation, so during the pandemic, we were spending about $63,000 per American citizen. Guess what? Today, that's way down. We're spending about $55,000 per American citizen. But over the next 9 years, it goes up to $66,000. So if you add up all the spending, add up all the residents of the United States, citizens, $66,000 is our spend. Right now it's $55,000. Anyone see a math problem? If you don't see the math problem, going to bite my tongue. Budget deficits under current law will reach $3.1 trillion by 2036. So that's 9 budget years from now, right? You know, because we're working on right now, well, we hopefully are finishing passing the 2027 stuff. This is under current law. I need you to understand how devastatingly ugly this number is. And when I show you under current policy, it's even worse. So this is 9 budget years from now. CBO last February said, hey, we're going to be borrowing $3.1 trillion that year. 2.1 of it will be just interest. So the structural deficit will be only $1 trillion. But on top of that, we owe $2.1 trillion in interest. Okay. But what does that actually mean to us if we just, this is under current law, that means in 9 budget years, 31% of every tax dollar that's paid, this is income tax, this is payroll taxes, this is tariffs, this is everything coming in. In 9 budget years, 31% of all those tax collections will be just interest. Will be just interest. And this is on current law, assuming no wars, no pandemics, no market crashes, no additional spending from Congress. And if you come back over here, my math says 20%, the chart says 19%. Depending where revenues are, it could be 21. That's this year. So let's just use 20%. This year, when you write $100, $20 of that just went to pay interest. Anyone see a problem? So let's see. Budget deficits under current policy will reach $4.4 trillion. Okay, you see what I'm doing here? This one said the deficit, and I'm sorry, this is a little awkward, in 9 budget years is $100 billion under current law. But if we keep doing what we've been doing, which is we just extend current policy. And I'm sorry, this is geeky, but it's math, but this is going to destroy the republic. We've made it a quarter millennia. I'd really like it. I'd like this to be another American century. I'd like it to be the place my 10-year-old, my now 4-year-old, prosper. Hell, I'd like to have a nice, quiet retirement. But in 9 budget years, it's no longer $3.1 trillion of borrowing. It's 4.4 if we follow current spending policy, current baseline spending, not current baseline law. Anyone see a problem? Mr. Speaker, are we even allowed to talk about this? Because I know the armies of folks, both often at home, often in our hallways here, demanding more money, telling us they're going to say mean things about us on social media unless we hand them more checks or we do things to regulate their competition. This is what this place has become. I'm terrified we've hit the point where on Twitter and X, someone saying something mean about me is now a policy override over a calculator. And here's one of the drivers of this, and one of the other things that's really uncomfortable to talk about. We have a shortage of people, young people in the country. It's a math problem. Look, we're only a couple ticks over 0 population growth right now. There's a couple data sets out there, depending on what continues with immigration policy and a couple other things, sometime in the next 5 years, we may actually, as a country, go slightly negative. You go, oh, good. Remember, Medicare, Social Security, are pay-as-you-go programs. I did the presentation a couple of weeks ago on the Social Security Actuary Report, because I'm sure every member of Congress pulled it out, read it, highlighted it, noticed you got about 6 years and 3 months, and the trust funds are empty. And if we follow the law, now I think Social Security Actuary Report is wrong on one of their math, but we'll give them, they said in 6 years, 3 months, you get a 22% cut. I think it's 24%. But if you extend that out, that's doubling senior poverty in the following year. Yay, we're going to double the number of homeless living on the street of baby boomers. That's moral. But are we allowed to talk about it? Are we allowed to fix it? Are we allowed to do the really hard thing? And guess what, Mr. Speaker? At that same time, the Medicare trust fund is also empty. So from last year to 2032, Medicare doubles in spending, goes from $1 trillion to $2 trillion. And the Medicare Part A trust fund's gone. And so if you're a hospital, you take a 12% cut. That's the law. How many of you on Medicare are going to be able to see your doctor in that hospital? And so you start to take a look at this. In 2025, 0 to 18, we had 76 million, but 63 million over 65. In 9 years, we'll have 70 million. So we'll actually have fewer under 18. And we'll have 76 million, 65 and up. And I'm one of them. I'm 64. And yes, I'm 64 with a 4-year-old. So yes, I'm really optimistic about the future. I'm just cranky about the math. So, all right, let's continue on this. Workers per Social Security beneficiary, we got a problem. In 2011, we had 2.9. In 2025, so last year, we have 2.7, and it continues to do this. It's a little hard to do as a pay-as-you-go program. That's why every month when Social Security checks go out the door, the Social Security administrators reach over to their special Treasury bills and say, Treasury, we're short because payroll taxes don't cover all the checks going out the door. Give us some of our money back. And that goes on and on for about another 6 years and 3 months, and then they don't have any more to cash in. Seniors per 100 working age adults. 2011, we had 21.9 seniors per 100 people in the labor force. Last year, it's now 32. Do you see? I'm trying to pound this point in. We prefer it to be, it's horrible Democrat policy. And they say, oh, it's tax policy. But I've already shown you, percentage of the economy we take in taxes has stayed remarkably stable. It's the economy grows, so you may have a lower tax rate, but because the economy is bigger, you're still taking in the same percentage of the GDP. All right. U.S. population age 65 and up. 2011, we had 41 million. 2026, this is a projection for this year, we have 63 million. Estimated share of outlays by group. I know there's a lot of bars in this chart. The punchline here is actually very simple. In about 25, maybe 26 months, over half of the federal government's spending will go to those 65 and up. Now, why this is important, now remember, think of baby boomers, large demographic quartiles. When I was a kid in the 70s, for every dollar for seniors, there were $7 spent for those functionally under 18. That is almost reversed now. And it's not really about a change in policy, it's actually a change in demographic populations. But this is really important. So come over here. And national defense,
in 9 years will take 12% of our spending. Seniors over 65 will take 52% in 9 budget years. It's just math. We know it. Hell, we knew people were going to turn 65. We knew we had a baby boom 65 years ago. Actually, 70-some years ago. Why are we so terrified to go in front of our voters and tell the truth about math, tell them that often the crap that they see on this thing is fake? It's meant for, you to click, get a nice dopamine hit, but it's not budget policy. I had a woman the other day at an event, and a beautiful event, wonderful people. I think I was up in Prescott, and talking about this, and she was absolutely positive if we just cut this one little this benefit off, we could balance the budget. And we spent a couple moments. We walked on the internet using our phones, and she saw it was like $9 billion was the total value of the benefit over a year. So it did cover about a day and a quarter of borrowing, not spending, borrowing. And she was devastated. It was as if I said something horrible to her. Is that why politicians are terrified? Is that why we're terrified to actually tell the truth to our brothers and sisters? Remember, you have a country that's borrowing about $6 to $7 billion every day. I started to talk about Doge before. My economists, we'd help them. I'm a believer we have to have a revolution in how we provide government services, the adoption of technology, the elimination of excess positions, those things. But all it's passed so far is about $7 billion in actual spending cuts that have made it through Congress, made it through the Senate, made it to the president's desk for a signature. So functionally, it barely covers 1 day of borrowing. But how many of our folks back home get a text message every other week saying, "Are you ready for your Doge check? Just send us a couple $1,000 and we'll send you a Doge check." Those text messages are fraud. The point of this, it's just demographics. And I'm one of them. I'm at the tail end, but I'm a baby boomer. And it basically means in 9 budget years, 21.4% of our society, of our population, will be 65 and up. We will have moved into our earned benefit years, our earned Medicare, our earned Social Security. If you had military retirement, if you had public service retirement, whatever it is. Then you take other calculations that I'm not going to geek out too much on, labor force participation, the number of our population that's actually in the labor force. We have a math problem. What's the moral obligation of those of us who are elected to actually know what, I can't curse on the floor, know what the hell we're talking about, know the math, stop trying to sell shiny objects and things that basically are enraging, but don't take down the republic. I will argue this debt, unless we find a way to start stabilizing it, we are not going to make it another 250 years. Is this miracle of a self-governing republic worth saving? Then it's worth telling our voters and the public the truth about our demographics, the cost of financing it, and how much trouble we're actually in. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will go back and look at all the angry comments I'm going to get, because once again,
telling the truth means you get the crap kicked out of you around here. And I'm perfectly happy to do it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight to spotlight the urgent need for deepened cooperation between the United States and Ukraine in defense innovation. This follows yesterday's important announcement of $18,400,000 of investment through our Department of Defense in our Northwest Ohio region. After over 10 years of Russia's brutal, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, Ukraine has given the world a masterclass in the future of warfare. Ukraine has pioneered drone tactics and technology. It has developed cost-effective air defense systems, all under the most difficult of circumstances. Imagine Russia, a nation of 11 time zones. Ukraine has but one. Russia has 3.5 times as many people as Ukraine, but Ukraine fights on nobly. Ukraine's ecosystem of innovation is a model that the free world can't afford to ignore. No matter where I travel as a member of our Defense Subcommittee and meet with U.S. troops who are close or in theater, you know what they say to me? Congresswoman, please help us advance drone technology. I've heard many things from troops, but that has been one of their most constant clarion calls to members of Congress, and we intend to deliver to them. And that's why today I introduced the Bipartisan Strategic Unmanned Systems Partnership Act. I underline bipartisan, along with Representatives Fitzpatrick, Quigley, McCall, Costa, and Bacon. These are members with experience, both military and civilian. This companion legislation to its Senate counterpart, introduced by Senators Rosen and Rounds, would establish a landmark strategic defense innovation working group with Ukraine and NATO. This working group would accelerate joint production of innovative systems to defend our nations at a time when liberty needs it most, and it's being challenged in many, many ways globally. Remember, Iran just killed American troops with the same weapons it tested with Russia. Iran and Russia have a relationship, and then they used the technologies against Ukraine. But it was Ukraine that came to our defense with its innovation in the Middle East. It was Ukraine. That is the mark of a true ally and friend under very difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, when I visit U.S. troops defending liberty, I ask them, what else can we do? They said, just get us better drones faster. And thus today I rise in celebration of the announcement of $18.4 million in F-drone manufacturing to be anchored in Ohio. Both Central Ohio, which has already received Andural's investment, and now in Northwestern Ohio, $18.4 million to begin to manufacture F-drones on our soil. An all-hands-on-deck local, state, and federal approach won the day for Northwestern Ohio. Our sustained engagement now has attracted one of the leading manufacturers of unmanned systems, Ukrainian defense drones, the U.S. arm of Ukraine's F-drones, to stand up assembly in Northwestern Ohio. It will complement an equally significant investment by Anduril in Central Ohio. Already, our state of Ohio is well recognized as the home of aviation. of space exploration and defense industrial base manufacturing. We're the home of the best fighter wing in the United States of America, F-16s, and they're a guard unit, and we are so proud of them. This UDD drone firm will operate on the cutting edge of drone technology and defense innovation. Its systems have been battle-tested on the front lines of liberty, defending the free people of Ukraine from dictator Vladimir Putin's merciless and unprovoked invasion. UDD is now one of the leaders in the Pentagon's drone dominance program, ensuring that American troops can defend themselves with the best technology available. I've been honored to work with the innovative UDD team to spotlight the benefits of investing in Northwestern Ohio. Working closely alongside the Regional Growth Partnership and Jobs Ohio, and together with Governor Mike DeWine, together we achieved a strategic partnership with the potential to grow into a substantial and sustained presence across our Great Lakes region. We have it all: land, air, sea. Our region has a talented workforce, a proven manufacturing infrastructure, research and testing, phenomenal assets with our space agencies, as well as a community that honors and celebrates the shared benefits of working with our freedom-loving allies abroad. We are confident in our potential to be a global leader in U.S. drone manufacturing. And Northwestern Ohio's manufacturing genius has formed the backbone of the arsenal of democracy. We understand steel, we understand forging, we understand propulsion, we understand tooling, we make things, we form things. We helped defeat fascism in World War II, Soviet communism in the last century, and remain committed to liberty and to sustaining our NATO alliance against all enemies. Building our nation's defense also builds our middle class, and we keep them free. Our region stands ready to stay vigilant at creating a future to ensure jobs and industry leadership for Northwest Ohio's manufacturing workforce, and making sure that China and other countries like Iran do not have the most sophisticated technology that is known to the world. The urgent national security imperative of dominating the drone space and the economic benefits for our communities are why I'm honored to lead on these issues here on Capitol Hill. These include introducing today my bipartisan Strategic Unmanned Systems Partnership Act to ensure America continues working with our Ukrainian allies on these vital issues. Together, we will cement Northwestern Ohio as a critical drone manufacturing capital of America. And with Anduril's investment in Central Ohio, together we will meet our U.S. military's new needs at home and abroad. And Mr. Speaker, in helping to close today, as we return home for 4th of July commemorations, I rise especially to commemorate and celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary. We are still strong. We are still free. We have lots of work to do, but it was this week in 1776 that our founders, our framers, our forefathers and foremothers in Philadelphia came together to make the courageous declaration that we chose liberty over tyranny. How must have that felt at that time? A year before, Delegate Patrick Henry of Virginia, just a little south of where I'm standing, proclaimed, "Give me liberty or give me death." A year later, he became Virginia's popularly elected first governor. Imagine the courage and the vision. Our founders were farmers, printers, and merchants, hardworking, ordinary people who did the extraordinary and envisioned the extraordinary. They gave rise to the idea that freedom is a right, not a privilege granted by a king. For 250 years, that Declaration of Independence and choice of liberty has carried our nation through wars and expansive economic recessions, through innovation and growth, and through division and unity. It was stronger than the weakest among us. It is important that we don't just look back with pride. We must look to the future with purpose to what the next 50, 100, and even 250 years of the American experiment might require of us. And first of all, it should require duty. Duty to country. Duty to country before self, because liberty is not free. It requires citizens who rise to duty for our republic. In this era, each citizen must make a vital decision to ensure our nation and people can flourish, not just today, but for the decades to come. That requires some wisdom, and we could do a little better at that. Let Americans be proud of our progress when celebrating the next milestone anniversary. So may God bless America and give us all the courage to fight for a good and prosperous and free people, a productive future for all the generations of Americans to come, and gratitude, gratitude, gratitude for where this 250 years has moved America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
Thank the Speaker, and I appreciate the bipartisan nature of remarks tonight in remembrance of the importance of this week and Independence Day in our great nation's history, in this particular one, celebrating the 250th. And I'm going to first, though, focus a little bit on my home state of Texas. It was a year ago this week that we were in the throes of negotiating what was called at the time the Big Beautiful Bill, an important piece of legislation that I'm very honored to have been a part of working through. It was difficult, working through all the complexities of the tax policy, dealing with the complexities of the reforms to Medicaid, to welfare programs, saving $1.7 trillion, pulling back some of the subsidies and unreliable power that was so critically important. But all of that was going on, and my son Charlie, who's here with me now, we were here, we were in the throes of the debates. We were at the White House on the 2nd, debating it. We're here on the 3rd, late night. We vote on this thing. And then I was supposed to be in Kerrville, Texas, which is where I go every summer for the 4th of July. There's a big concert down on the river. And I was supposed to be there where my family's gone for now at least over a decade. And I talked to the president about being here for the bill signing because of all the work we'd gone through, and ultimately told the president I would stay here for the bill signing. So I stick around, visited with some friends on the night of the 3rd. I'm watching the weather forecast, and I wake up on the morning of the 4th. My son and I were getting ready to go see some friends, and I see the news reports, and all of a sudden it starts to sink in what had happened in Kerrville. And we've had a number of moments here on the floor of the House, one in particular almost a year ago, in which we remembered those lives that were lost and what occurred there in Kerrville. But now a year since this coming Saturday on the 4th, I do think it merits reflecting on what occurred and importantly what occurred after. That area of the Guadalupe River is surrounded by, high cliffs in certain areas. It's a very beautiful part of the state. It cuts through the limestone. And so we've been in drought conditions. You've got hard ground limestone. A massive amount of water pours into that area. And it's an area that was inhabited by thousands of people celebrating, obviously, July 4th, but summer camps. That's what a lot of people came to focus on. And remember that we lost 27 little girls from Camp Mystic. And fortunately, we didn't lose any from any of the other camps, but we lost over 100 other people. And a lot of people forget that part. People who are camping with their families, whole families that were swept down the river. And there's been a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking since then, people saying what could have been done, what should have been done. The force of the floodwaters, all that occurred, all that happened, and ripping up 100-year-old cypress trees. But I just want to focus in on what I believe is the true story of what occurred after. And that is the faith of the community of Kerrville, who came together to figure out how to rebuild through the great charity of people across not just the county or the state, but the entire country and the world. We raised over $150 million in private contributions, of which over half, pushing 180 to 100, have been pushed out the door. The rest of it should be out the door by the end of this year to help small businesses, to help keep people afloat, mental health, keeping people in houses, in apartments, giving people the ability to stay on their feet, and all done through the power of the strong faith of the people of Texas. And in the town of Kerrville, there's a giant cross that sits up on the hill. And there's an entire garden there dedicated to the gospel of Christ and the extent to which Christian faith was driving the people of Texas and Central Texas and the Hill Country to help their brothers and sisters and help families cannot be overstated. And I got to tell you, as a member of Congress, I don't tend to do a lot of the requests for funding. I don't come up here and try to file bills when there's disasters in my home state of Texas. My view is we're the 8th biggest economy in the world. We have 31 million people, and the federal government is not an ATM for every ill that befalls the people. And I'm proud of the people of Texas stepping up. Yes, FEMA was there. Yes, the federal government was a part of the effort in dealing and managing with the aftermath, getting assets there, Coast Guard heroism. But there were a lot of volunteers too, colleagues, friends of mine, Morgan Luttrell, others that were literally in the water looking in search and rescue. The number of people that volunteered, I came in on the night of the 4th and I went to the facility where they were gathering and all of the experts and all the people that were there and all the volunteers and the sheriff and all the local law enforcement. And this one young man was just sitting in the parking lot and he'd just driven down from Lubbock, 5 odd hours, and just come down on a whim as a volunteer with a bunch of drones so he could help. And I kept running into people from all over who had just driven there, the Cajun Navy that came over, all of the people that stepped up to help. I want to appreciate or express my gratitude and thanks to so many different people, local volunteers, the people that helped out, but all the way up to the President of the United States himself, Susie Wiles herself, former Secretary Noem, Governor Abbott, the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, Chief Nim Kidd, the Kerr County Sheriff, Sheriff Latha, countless local leaders. More than 850 people were rescued from the floodwaters during those critical days, notably the Coast Guard, which President Trump had acknowledged at some point here, the $150 million of charitable contributions, all of the things that occurred. It's such a great place, Central Texas. There's a reason people from all over the country. My colleague Buddy Carter had one of his family members, even though he's a congressman from Georgia, who was impacted by the floods. Friends of mine and colleagues from other parts on the other side of the aisle that were reaching out to me because they had people that were affected by the floods. But at the end of the day, it is that cross sitting above Kerrville. It is the cross that reminds us that even in our darkest moments as humanity, hope remains. The suffering is not the final word. The love of Christ was on display there. The love of Christ is constantly in display there in the Hill Country and reflected in the actions and the compassion shown by Texans and Americans around the world. So I want to remember those people. I want to remember the lives lost. I want to remember the heroes. And I want to remember the people that were there at the moment. Because with all due respect to a lot of politicians, particularly in Austin, Texas, particularly some of the statewide elected office holders in the state of Texas, and you know who you are, You sit around pontificating and pointing fingers at people about what they should or should not have done from the comfort of your office and your perch in Austin, Texas, when good people lost their lives trying to help little girls that lost their lives. Dick Eastland, who was swept away in the flood, and his family and the people that are maligning their family for what the camp should or should not have done. The fact of the matter is they were there at 4 o'clock in the morning. They were there trying to figure out how to manage one of the most devastating floods that we've ever seen. So politicians who want a Monday morning quarterback and want to try to point fingers, you're not helping. The people that had faith in the Lord Almighty, the people who stepped up to help each other in the time of tragedy that we had last year, they're the ones that I want to lift up and thank. Because it's not about finger pointing. It's about standing alongside our brothers and sisters when bad things happen. Because bad things have always happened, and bad things will happen again. But it is how we respond to them. It is what we do in the wake of them. It is our faith in the Lord Almighty and our faith in Jesus Christ that is what perseveres, not political self-interest and self-motivation. I also want to note here as I think about what happened there and the greatness of Kerrville and the greatness of the Hill Country and the greatness of the state of Texas and the whole world in response to that, from my perspective. I think about all of the things that that day represents, July 4th. And now so many of us are going to remember July 4th there in Kerrville for that event. But I'm going to be back in Kerrville this 4th of July. I'm not staying here in D.C. for the great celebration here. I've been to a bunch of them in this town. But I'm going to go back to Kerrville because I want to be with the people that I represent. And I'm proud to represent them as the congressman for the 21st Congressional District. But the 4th of July, what I prefer to call Independence Day, is, for me, such a special reflection of who we are as a people, as a sovereign nation. I was blessed during the window of COVID to road trip with 3 of my staffers to Philadelphia on July 2nd, 2020. Now, people will recall that at the time, so much of our nation was shut down. You couldn't go anywhere. You couldn't do anything. And at the time, there was a lot of turmoil, rioting in the streets, burning down the businesses, statues being thrown in the water, statues being defaced. And I wasn't going to have any of it. I wanted to exalt the greatness of our country. So I grabbed my staff. I said, you guys want to go on a road trip? On the Great American Statue road trip? And so we drove to Philadelphia. And we went straight to Independence Hall. And I recorded video outside of Independence Hall talking about how it wasn't the bricks, it wasn't the building, it wasn't the Liberty Bell sitting out there in front of Independence Hall. None of that. You could graffiti it, paint it, you could destroy it, you could throw it in a river or a harbor. It was what was done in that building. And I went over to the National Park Service and I said, hi. I said, I assume the building's not open because it wasn't because of COVID. And they said, no. And God bless them, as a member of Congress, they let me go in with my 3 staffers. So there we were on July 2nd, which any student of history will know why that matters. Because it was in fact on July 2nd, not July 4th, that we voted, that our founders voted. And that was the vote that mattered. The words of the Declaration of Independence are awesome. I say as a University of Virginia graduate and proud believer in all of those principles articulated by Thomas Jefferson and the other people who had a hand in that drafting. But it was the vote. It was the willingness to vote and say, we're leaving. We're breaking away from the crown. And those last words in the Declaration of Independence, pledging their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor, we talk about those words, but they lived them. They sat there in Independence Hall and they looked at each other in the eye and they voted to do it. And again, at that time in that summer, when statues were being torn down and stuff being thrown in the water, my point, I went up there and recorded a video, was you can undo all of that, but you don't undo the courage of those who came before us to fight to give us this great republic and this great nation in which our freedoms can be enjoyed by us and by our progeny. And so I recorded a video in Independence Hall. We stayed there, we visited, we got to be there again in Independence Hall on July 2nd. I don't know if I'll ever do that again, but certainly not in a building that was pretty much empty, except for me and 3 staffers. And then we left and we went down to Fort McHenry. and where we were regaling the words of the Star-Spangled Banner and Francis Scott Key coming back down through Baltimore. And you think about what that meant. And I could sit here and give an entire speech on the words of the Star-Spangled Banner. When people say they want to diminish the Star-Spangled Banner, that it's more difficult to sing or it doesn't soar as America the Beautiful or something, I disagree wholeheartedly. The words echoing when you were at a stadium and when you listen to the words and you see what it means, that flag was in fact still there. It's so important that we remember that and remember why that is our national anthem. And then driving back down to D.C. and going to various monuments around here in Washington. And we went down to the Jefferson Memorial and the Lincoln Memorial. We went down to the Roosevelt Memorial. And we continued to do that to honor the greatness of this country, even as some were trying to tear it down. And I say all of that to say that our sovereignty as a nation matters. It's not something that you can just sort of trivially dismiss. And I'm going to make a quick political commentary here and then come back to our celebration of the 250th. I've got about 15 minutes left. And I want to talk about the Supreme Court ruling today because it matters a great deal. Today, the United States Supreme Court issued an opinion that I believe was profoundly misguided and undermines our national security and our sovereignty as a nation in a profoundly damaging way. And I've got friends and people who've debated this issue for years, good friends on both sides of the aisle. And this issue, when I say I mean the issue, is the issue of so-called birthright citizenship. Are you an American citizen for simply and solely being born on American soil? And I remember thinking a long time ago that there was something kind of magical about that concept. That if you're here and you're in America and you're born here, you're an American. But it became clearer and clearer to me as that privilege, it's not a right. I want to come back to that in terms of what the 14th Amendment says. What that privilege means to be an American. And that it was being abused. It was being abused by people for profit and being abused by people for some sort of monetary benefit or a benefit of some social welfare or a benefit of going to a hospital or going to school. All things which I understand as a parent seeking. But we've turned on its head everything that is good and great about our nation. And this opinion today by the United States Supreme Court saying that the 14th Amendment, which was very clearly ratified to deal with the issue of slavery in a post-slavery world, to whom do these former slaves now owe allegiance? And to factor that into determining how you define our character as we're adopting the 14th Amendment, it was very clear that subject to the jurisdiction thereof was meant to deal with that. And for 5 Supreme Court justices today to manufacture in whole cloth that the 14th Amendment ratified in the 1860s, in 1868, that somehow conferred upon someone citizenship because a parent came to the United States and birthed the child on American soil, despite not being a citizen and despite not having any allegiance to the United States, is not just appalling, but it begs who we are as a nation. The Chief Justice, no doubt, and Justice Barrett and the other 3 justices that joined that opinion, no doubt believe they were doing some sort of great service by trying to establish that this means some great thing for the United States. I would argue that what they're doing is destroying the United States because you no longer have a sovereign nation. If you're telling the world that all you have to do is flout our laws, break our laws, come to our country and have a child, and that child gets to have citizenship, which has things conferred upon it, voting and other privileges and access to welfare benefits, then all of those who bled and died for this great nation, to just hand that over in violation of the entire text, spirit, letter of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment is detrimental to our Republican form of government. Roberts, emphasizing, quote, children born of parents unlawfully or temporarily present in the United States satisfy both elements of the citizenship clause under the Constitution. He concluded they are citizens at birth. That is false. The Supreme Court majority ruled that illegal aliens invading our country having U.S.-born children is somehow legally sound, even though the Justice in Wong Kim Ark rejected that notion. This is something that has been debated for a long time, but when we think about this, an estimated 124,000 to 300,000 anchor babies, which are children born to illegal aliens, are born each year. In 2023, up to 250,000 children were born to illegal aliens, which accounted for 7% of total births. I cannot imagine that if you told those men that were sitting in the foxholes in Bastogne and they were storming the beaches in Normandy to scale the cliffs, have bullets firing at them, that they would say, yeah, sure, let's turn over the country and our sovereignty as a nation to anyone who comes onto our soil and just tries to claim it. And it's being abused by our adversaries to undermine our national security. The fact is, the United States Congress cannot just sit idly by and allow the Supreme Court to do this. People say, well, Chip, separation of powers. The Supreme Court's going to get the final word on what the law is. Well, I would tell you that the Supreme Court has clearly made significant errors in judgment in the past. No one need look too far to figure out what that is. Plessy. There's been other opinions. Roe versus Wade, which the court has now rightly gone a different direction. But I would argue that the Congress needs to react swiftly and make very clear that we define what subject to the jurisdiction thereof means. That Congress should act swiftly to say we're not going to fund this false notion of who citizens are. And thirdly, that we're going to just pause immigration. If the Supreme Court of the United States, in its infinite wisdom, says that they get to decide as the final arbiter who is or is not a citizen, then why should Congress allow people to come into the United States to abuse it, to have children, to take advantage of a citizenship that is not actually allowed under the Constitution because the Supreme Court got it wrong? If the Supreme Court were to order or interpret the law that the President of the United States or the Speaker of the House or the Majority Leader of the Senate needs to appear before them unclothed to report to the Supreme Court, should those leaders of the other branches comply? Well, Chip, that's absurd. Okay, well, if the Supreme Court issues a ruling that is patently and facially unconstitutional, must the other branches follow it? I say no. I say no. Well, Chip, that's a controversial opinion. I don't think so. The Constitution of the United States does not stand for the proposition that the court ruled today. It simply does not. I think even an basic reading of the Constitution would make that clear. Justice Thomas, Justice Alito, both excoriating the majority opinion, made sure that it's very clear how wrong their opinion was. But to make that determination begs the question of what this body, Article 1, must do. Not can do, must do. This is the people's house. I can tell you that the people that I represent have no interest in continuing to pay taxes to fund people who are coming to the United States to take advantage of our country for profit or for any other motive. They have no interest in doing that. So why should we continue to fund a government that would do that? Look, I can tell you right now that for the decisions I have remaining in my time in Congress in this term, for the remaining of our funding decisions and appropriations, for whatever we're going to do in reconciliation, we better fix this. This Congress better fix this. because I have no interest in continuing to fund the operations of a government that has been undermined by the United States Supreme Court. We should pause all immigration immediately. And by the way, Chip says, whoa, they said, Chip, you can't get that through the Senate. We have 60 votes. Well, let's keep having that fight too, because the Save America Act is not the actual full nature of the fight. The issue here is whether there is in any way, shape, or form a 60-vote threshold that we have to follow. There is not. The Senate as a body is, yes, to be a cooling saucer. Yes, as a conservative, I like there to be barriers to quick action for legislation. But under no circumstances does the Constitution or anything else contemplate 60 votes besides rules arbitrarily set by members of the Senate. And here we are at a time where this body, Congress, the House and the Senate together, need to act to protect our nation's sovereignty by allowing only American citizens to vote in American elections, to require voter identification in elections of our federal officials, to, yes, make very clear that subject to the jurisdiction thereof means what it means, and no, we're not going to import people into the United States as long as we're being told, absolutely, you must grant citizenship for any child born here. We have a choice, and we need to make it. We can pass the laws necessary to address what the court did. We can also codify what the president has been doing to secure our border, to stop the abuse of the American people that was happening under Biden and Mayorkas, by codifying, as we did under H.R. 2 in the last Congress, by codifying that work. Stop the abuse of asylum, stop the abuse of parole, stop the abuse of catch and release policies, and all the policies that were being abused to undermine our country, which, by the way, is also tied to the birthright citizenship issue. You cannot have laws that are being openly exploited by certain Americans in conjunction with NGOs and outside groups and people who want to exploit us, including our enemies, to put people into the United States, have the court just declare that they can be citizens because they decided so, have taxpayer dollars providing benefits to people who have no allegiance to this country, who come here and fly other flags, who come here and say we should change our country. That cannot be how a sovereign nation exists. We are here this week in this town, and we're going to have a great celebration, and we should. This country has meant more than any other country on the face of the earth in history to provide a better way of life, prosperity, freedom, the ability to carry out your faith. This country has led the world. But here we are, and this country hangs in the balance. For 250 years, we have been that beacon of hope. God bless all of the people who want to come to our country. I'm glad they do. And I want to be able to invite and have people come to our country. But when our country has been badly exploited for decades, when there are people here right now who want to destroy the United States, who want it to become an Islamic state, who want to milk our welfare benefits, commit fraud against the country, who don't want to raise the American flag but the flag of another country, I do not understand for the life of me why we do not continue to do what we're doing by this president, remove people, but why this Congress will not act right now, immediately, to respond to the Supreme Court. There's no criticism of leadership. I understand why we're leaving. It's July 4th. I want to go to Kerrville. I get it. But right now, I'd rather be here. I'd rather be here every day from now until we actually solve the problem. But if we do not defend this country, if we do not make sure that we can have laws that we can depend upon and a Constitution that we can rally around and believe in it, then what do we have left? The other thing that's getting lost in the shuffle for this celebration, and I do want to close with this, is, and I've talked about it before, is not just the 250th birthday of the United States, but the 200th anniversary this Saturday of the passing of both Thomas Jefferson and John Adams on the same day. I bring that up for a reason in closing. We have a duty to protect that which I believe was divinely inspired by the Lord Almighty. We put "In God We Trust" up there for a reason. We have Moses overlooking the chamber for a reason. You cannot tell me that Jefferson and Adams, both so central to both the drafting of the Declaration of Independence and its adoption by the Continental Congress on July 2nd by vote, July 4th by drafting in 1776, to then pass both 50 years to the day on July 4th, 2026, with Adams passing saying Jefferson lives, only to find out in truth Jefferson had passed. Two men who squabbled, two men that fought, two men that had different views in terms of federalism, but who came together in mutual respect for what they had accomplished, and 50 years later pass on the same day. You cannot tell me that this nation was not divinely inspired and divinely created. And as we sit here at our 250th birthday and that 200th anniversary of the passing of those two great men, my ask of all Americans and the leadership of this great nation is that we put it all on the line to save that which was in fact divinely given to us. God gave this to us and to the world. The people of the world who want to come here will not have a nation to come to if it's no longer a nation. We have a duty to protect it. It is in fact compassionate to protect this nation for everyone in the world. That's our calling for our next 250 years. That's why we're here. It's why I wish we were all here right now in full-throated debate, just as they were in the Continental Congress, at each other's throats until they finally got unanimity to adopt the Declaration and take that vote and to pledge their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. on Thursday, July 2nd, 2026.